and try and taser lock Neto right here because Jin is not a fun one to play the long game against. He's thinking right here of what he's going to do. Neto's sitting pretty calm right now. He's got a lot of cards in hand. He's got a lot of health to go by, and when he gets to level 3, he's going to be immortal. Got a dungeon guide from Chibi-Arc. Leveling up, getting that free bullet. Probably going to grab a taser shot as Neto is still at level 1. And he banishes Scout the Land and a Veiling Breeze. That's not... Veiling Breeze might help later, but it's not too bad to banish. Goes to level 2, brings out the taser shot. Probably going to shoot Neto with that taser shot just to keep him down level. He's going to displace his dungeon guide to get up to 3 even faster. Going from 1 to 3 in the same exact turn. Neto's got some pressure on him here. I've been told my mic is fixed, so hopefully you guys can hear me now. I am second to all, also known as Main Deck Braden. This is the Grand Archive Banish Zone Regionals for RDO. We're in round 1 right now, right in the middle. Neto's going to engulf the displace, stopping him from getting to level 3 and getting that gun out. Because then he can banish... If he was level 3, he could banish his level 1 to get out Shadow's Twin and double that taser shot and double Creeping Torment Neto. And Neto would not like that right now. Chibi-Arc's entire game plan was kind of stopped right there, but he can save himself from that. Neto's going to level up to level 2, getting him closer and closer to level 3 game plan. Let's see. He doesn't seem to have a dungeon guide in hand, so I don't think he's going to go to level 3 yet. I think he's just going to stay low and keep interacting with Chibi-Arc here. It's just going to slow him down a little bit. Now, Chibi-Arc's going to level to level 3, giving him that ability to activate Diana level 1's ability and grab out Shadow's Twin, doubling that taser shot, giving him double the effect, dealing 8 to him when he levels up. I don't think... Oh, Neto's got the Fracture Eyes in hand, holding it up for the gun. I wonder if Chibi-Arc will recognize that he's got a lot of cards in hand and probably has a Fracture Eyes here, and if he's going to bring out Shadow's Twin or Seeker's Rifle. Seeker's Rifle has Spell Shroud, so he'd be able to get the attack off. Just a couple weenie attacks here, keeping the game going. It's going to banish level 1. Now are we going to see Shadow's Twin or Seeker's Rifle? Probably Seeker's Rifle here, because he has no cards in memory. And I don't think he has any floating in graveyard. Neto's going to respond to the banishment of the level 1 and fracturize the taser shot. That's a real heads-up play from Neto. Chibi-Arc thinking very hard right now of whether he wants to respond to that. Don't think he has much in hand to even respond to that, though. So taser shot's going to be fracturized, and he's going to bring out Seeker's Rifle. So he's got that gun with Spell Shroud. Ooh, and he's going to play a rapid reload. He's going to bring a card from his material deck and load it into his gun. Neto is reading Punishing Cartridge right now. Punishing Cartridge is a crazy bullet that came out in MRC Alter and is very good. So he's going to shoot into Neto, giving him Creeping Torment. Now, Neto might actually like that, considering he likes to take damage as Jin. He's going to get those damage counters on him, just buffing everything he has. So he might just keep drawing regardless of having any Creeping Torments on him. Neto's going to regenerate, recovering him 2, keeping him a little low to the ground, drawing a card in memory. He's probably going to use those cards in memory to level up here. So he uses a float and 2 from his memory to level up. And now he's level 3, so now he's immortal. GBR's got to really think of what he's going to do here, because right now, he can't really do anything to stop Jin. He doesn't really have anything to kill him on his end phase. And it looks like Neto is just gonna maybe play a Regal here. Okay. So he's not playing the Regal. And what he played is getting negated. And now Chibi Arc is on the play. Doesn't really have much influence right now, so I wonder what he's going to do here. Getting Punishing Cartridge out again. Hoping to keep racking that damage on him. Neto can't really do much right now because he's pretty much hands down. He doesn't have many cards in hand. Both players are looking very low on influence and can't really do much each turn. Maybe Neto's going to bring out the Breastplate here, just stops him. Oh, he brings out Chalice of Blood. So now when he gets to 20 damage counters, he can pop that and draw 2 cards. GBR's only got 2 cards in hand, so almost anything Neto does can't really be interacted with, but he's got a Fractal up, so maybe he's got a plan for anything Neto does. And it looks like we got a little bit of deliberation here. Probably a judge question. And I'm going to draw a card in memory. I think that's the new Exia Fantasia. He's going to take 4 damage from the Creeping Torments, though. But he's still immortal, so he doesn't really care too much for that damage. Now here Chibi Arc is going to probably materialize that punishing cartridge again, or he's going to materialize a gun. Really needs to think on what he has to do here because he doesn't have a gun out yet. Brings punishing cartridge out. He's going to pay to prereq to Umbral Tithe, drawing both players 2 cards into memory. That'll do another 4 damage to Neto. So Neto's going to pop Chalice of Blood, hopefully drawing in anything that'll kill here. Chibi Arc still has 0 damage on him. Neto's probably hoping to put some damage. But here Chibi's gonna Regal Neto. Probably take all of his cards that really matter to him right now, and that's not too great if he doesn't draw on anything great. But it doesn't really look like Neto's hand is anything to talk about. Like it's not looking good for Neto right now. Might only drop 1 card from his entire influence here. So he picks the Dredging Streams. Not Dredging Streams. Picks all the Exia cards. Neto draws a Dungeon Guide. That's going to help him here at level 3. Draws a Song of Frost, though, which actually might help him against any attack that Chibi Arc does. Push Neto to 29 damage. So he's past that threshold at this point. Neto brings out the Breastplate, increasing his threshold to 35. But he's probably quickly going to go back up to that through the damage the Breastplate does and the damage that the Creeping Torments do. So now when he draws Return, he's going to take another 4 damage, putting him to 36. So he better have something to recover here. He has the Regenerate, which takes him down to 30. And then the Creeping Torment will put him back up. Pops Lost Prov, draws Return. Neto's got a lot of influence right now. But I don't think much of his cards do much. I mean, he's got a Regal, so we could stop Chibi Arc from doing anything. Not that Chibi Arc really has a lot of cards to do much. And he is going to play Regal. There's not much there to even take out of his influence. I think he's just gonna, yep. And he drew right into another one. So the Regal didn't even matter at that point. Sucks to be Neto. Gonna imbue the Angel. Starting to take out the little weenies that keep doing damage to him every turn. Now we're going to get Shadow's Twin. Chibi Arc's going to start putting on a lot of damage here with Shadow's Twin. Punishing Cartridge is going to do a lot of damage, along with Shadow's Twin effect. That gives it an extra +2. But Neto's going to fracturize it here, stopping him from even using any of his guns. I don't know if Chibi Arc has any guns left to shoot that punishing cartridge anymore. Here's an Umbra Sight. Looks like he is going to draw in a memory and put a curse on him. He's just going to take out Neto's weenie. Do a little bit more damage to him. Get him to that 35 threshold. Hope he doesn't have anything to heal next turn. Can't really see what's in Chibi Arc's hand right now. But I'm assuming it's nothing great. Neto was pretty much hands down at that point. But we could see a suppression of the breastplate at the end phase. If Neto doesn't have anything to heal right here or kill, he might be in danger. Using the Fracturize to pay for Shuangji. Taking 5 from that, also drawing cards and giving himself more damage from the Creeping Torments. Here we're going to see crazy Axia card. It's going to do a lot of damage. A lot of damage to the board. He's going to swing at him for lethal. But I think his weapon's going to be suppressed. And he's going to engulf it, stopping it. There we go. Neto has lethal on him, and that's game 1. Going to Neto. Neto played that very cautiously and well. Being the water player, he pretty much had control of the field the entire time. And now, Chibi Arc racing any gym player. Looks like Neto's going to side out 2 cards. But it's nice to see Water Jin and some Diana being played. Not Water Aetherwing Diana, of course, but Wind Taser Shot Diana. And we're going back to the players here. Now Neto's got a slower game plan compared to Chibi Arc's game plan. So Chibi's just got to get every card he wants to see before Neto can really build up and stabilize himself. Now Neto is playing with the Fragmented Spirit, I believe. So he gets to filter out cards before he even plays the game. And that's very useful, especially when most of your deck is Xing. You don't really want your hand to be bricked that early on. Here we are, players cutting each other's decks. And here we are at the beginning of game 2. I believe Chibi-Arc is going first. Neto filtering out his hand here. Putting 3 to the bottom. Keeping 4 cards. Chibi-Arc is going to start off probably with something that draws him more cards. Scout the land will help him filter. Right now, Chibi-Arc needs to see pretty much a dungeon guide at his place and really anything to get his Taser Shot game plan going. Here we've got an Angelic Channeling. Going to be used to banish an Umbral Tithe. Another win card. Now, Angelic Channeling is a very good card, but if you don't see any advanced element cards, it's kind of hard to use. Neto doesn't really have much of a turn 1 because he's Fortuitous Spirit. Just kind of draws and just says pass. And Chibi-Arc's just going to keep building up his board here. Looking for what he wants to see. Filtering Fairy Whispers. Grabs a Windmill. So he's got to displace and reclaim. So if he has the Dungeon Guide, next turn he's probably going to go up to level 1, play the Dungeon Guide, and then displace the Dungeon Guide to get that Taser Shot Shadow's Twin going. But here Neto goes to level 1. Neto has a Dungeon Guide, so he can at least get to 3 a little faster here. Last game, he couldn't really get to 3. Don't really see any negates in his hand, so he's gonna be in danger if Chibi-Arc gets his Taser Shot online. So we're gonna see an Escape the Wreckage, drawing more cards, setting him up to have a massive influence when he gets to 3. Grand Crusader's Ring, going for more cards. I think I see a turbocharge in there, so he's really set up to just keep drawing cards. Gonna bring out that Windmill again. Neto's really stuck here. Best he has is a Rictus Tiding. And he's gonna regenerate. Just drawing him a card in memory, cycling. Probably level up from there. But at this point, he has the Dungeon Guide in hand, so he can get to 3 this turn. And unless Chibi-Arc has a Stifling Trap in hand that will stop the on-enter trigger, I don't think he can do anything. Neto dropping a card on the floor here. So here we see the dungeon guide, getting him up to 3 really early. I don't know what Diana's going to be able to do past this. Diana really wants to get him before he gets up to 3, or else it's just hard to do anything. He's going to reclaim the windmill, get some floating graveyard so we can go to level 1. Oh, but we're going to see a backup charger here. Just going for more cards. Now he has that turbocharge too, so he's just going to keep drawing cards. Neto still doesn't really have much to interact with what Chibi Arc does. Chibi Arc's not even at Diana yet. I wonder if he's finding everything he wants to see here. He finds an Asen. Probably going to play Windmill and then Asen. Bounce that Windmill back. Just keep card advantage. Just doing little tinks of damage at Neto here. Neto is very much happy to take that damage, though. There's the Asen. Bring the Windmill back. Killing the dungeon guide. And then the Windmill comes out again. Does a little more damage to Neto. This board is going to keep growing and growing. Chibi Arc has so many cards right now. And Neto's just got like 4 influence. And we can pop Lost Providence to make it an extra 1. But he's really low. There he sees a Fracture Eyes on Banishment. So he can play that. That's some good news, seeing as Diana likes to have her guns out. Fracture Eyes is a really good way to stop Diana from attacking. Neto regals Diana. Gonna see a lot of good cards here. Gonna send
30 minutes! 30 minutes left in the round. We're halfway done.
Gonna send all of it to the graveyard. And he's just gonna keep drawing his deck out. Neto might be able to regal him until he's out of cards in his deck. He's just drawn so many cards at this point. See the dredging streams. Neto's just going for the mill game plan here. Doesn't even care about damage. I mean, Chibi Arc has drawn so many cards at this point. He's probably only got around 28 cards in his deck. Neto's just going for the slow game plan. He can sit it out at this point. Chibi Arc can keep just drawing cards, looking at what's coming up next, but Neto's gonna keep milling him out with either Regal or Dredging. Bringing out Diana level 1. Using Angelic Channeling. Chibi's kind of stuck here. He can't really do much against this entire mill game plan. He brings out a dungeon guide, probably going to displace it to go up to level 3 at this point. Neto's all hands down, so Chibi's pretty much got the board at this point. And we see him bringing out Taser Shot from Diana level 2's effect, smacking Neto for yet another one. Bringing back Windmill with another ASIN, and then probably going to play that Windmill again. Continuing to draw cards. He's got so many cards, but at this point, it's kind of a detriment because Jin can just use that against him with Regal. Neto thinking on what to materialize. Brings out Chalice of Blood. It's going to take some damage, bring him to that threshold that gives him 2 cards from Chalice of Blood. And now Neto's influence is back up. He's got 8 cards in hand. That's the game. He mills him out completely. Jin is a very slow deck and can just mill you out at the drop of a hat if you can keep drawing cards. Kept drawing the cards from Regal and just stopped him from having anything important in his hand. Really, really slow game for Chibi Arc there, which hurt him just a little bit. Neto got up there really quickly and was able to just Regal him out, Dredging Streams, just mill him out, and have him just not be able to have what he wants to see. Now, hopefully we see some more Jin on stream from Neto. Jin game plan is very fun to see, especially because it's got a lot of mill, it's got a lot of damage. Very fun. So now, I'm hoping GBR is going to be able to climb back up from losing. Oops. David can't hear me. That's all good. And that's just the match there. round 2 here. From what I've seen, it's maybe an arcane deck versus probably Water Gin. We've got Jacob versus Casting Turtle. Jacob Caldwell, of course, one of the Virginia guys. And round 1's going to start probably very soon. It looks like they're all set up, and they're rolling off. Hopefully, we see something very fun from the. So we've got some fun cards on both sides. Viewing an Angel with 2 Aylas. Got a lot of advanced cards there. Looks like Casting Turtle is got Fortuitous Spirit, so his first turn is pretty much gone.
Welcome to round 2 of 6. You ready to get that?
And now the downstairs has begun. Tries to put a Spirit of Wind on top of the Spirit of Wind. It's instead Rye. He knew what he was going for. He just didn't have it in the right order. Looks like he's got a 3 visits there, so that'll keep him alive for a while, even after taking the 2 damage. Looks like he's just going to pass, give Jacob the play. A lot of cards in hand. Jacob's going to go to Lorraine. This is probably a win Lorraine list. Drew another Fluffy. Jacob has no reason to go with a Dungeon Guide here, but he still might. Just to do that extra damage. Oh, but he brings out a Breeze Cap, drawing a card in memory. He's just going to pass there. Yeah, there we see the 3 visits. Just going to see 2 cards on the top of his deck. Now, if those cards are any good, he kept them on top, so they've got to be some good cards. Didn't really get to see them much, but probably knows what he wants to see here. Here we see a Thurible. Not really going to banish anything on Jacob's side, but it's at least going to draw him another card. Going to start his turn. Probably going to use that Thurible to level up. Wait for Jacob to play something and then use it to level up. Putting those cards down in memory so that he can pay for the level 2. Banishing 2 Aylas for Jacob. That's rough. Going to level 2, though. Jacob has a ghost in hand, so as soon as he levels up with Dungeon Guide, he's going to be able to play the ghosts, which is a really good value play. Just drawing him 2 cards off that level up. Banishing 2 cards. Beseech the Wind and Fluffy. He's fine to lose that now. Going to Spirit Ruler. Grabbing Drawn Blade from banishment. Drawing a card. Here he's probably gonna play the ghost to draw some more cards. It's kind of what Crux does. Brings out Lost Providence. Swings with Lorraine. With the Sword of Seeking. Just putting on a little more damage. And here comes the ghosts. Sending back Sword of Seeking. Drawing 2 cards. And he's got a lot of good cards in hand right now. He's going to suppress 3 things. Giving him a ton of value. He's going to draw a lot of cards at his end phase. 2 from Ghost of Pendragon, 1 from Drawn Blade. And I wonder if he's going to banish for Fluffy Shopkeep. He will banish 2 cards for Fluffy Shopkeep, giving him yet another card. Got 3 in hand for Casting Turtle's turn. Gonna use the Thurible to level up. Now Jacob's got his board pretty built up. Casting Turtle is gonna have to do something here to at least dig himself out of this. If he has a Dungeon Guide, he'll be able to get to level 3 this turn. But I wonder if he's got the cards in hand to actually continue his game plan. Plays a Careful Study at level 2. That's a lot of enlightenment counters. Just gonna pass off there, hands down. Now he can draw cards from the enlightenment counters, but I wonder if he'll be able to draw cards to get himself out of this situation. Jacob's just gonna keep drawing cards, continuing to pile on damage with his big board here. Here we see an Asen. I wonder if he's going to send back the ghosts and play some more ghosts. Just keep drawing cards off of it. Yep. It's going to keep swinging those allies at Rye. Sending both cards to the bottom with 3 visits. Probably didn't like seeing what he saw. Drawing cards with enlightenment counters. Hoping to just draw his out here. Looks like he did draw something. We got an Enchaining Gale. Jacob's just going to continue to play that Ghost, draw more cards, do more damage. Ghost is a very good card. Here he plays Asen, sending that Ghost back, doing another 3, and dealing the last bit of damage he needed to do. That's game 1 going to Jacob. Now, Jacob's game plan just seems to be bounce everything out, keep influence up, and just keep piling on the damage, and that's not good for Rai if he stays at low levels. He doesn't have the health to continue taking that beating. And Jacob got up so fast and dealt so much damage with the allies, especially Ghost coming into play 3 times there. Just insane amount of value, just drawing so many cards. I don't know how Rai would be able to get out of that. I know he didn't see any of his dungeon guides, so he was going a lot slower than he wanted to. But it just... I don't think Rai was in a good position there. And now they're sideboarding. I don't know what Jacob would side in or out for this. He's pretty much got everything he needs, considering it looked pretty smooth what he was doing there. And then Rai might side in some things that stop any ally board from coming into fruition. Looks like both players are siding out quite a few cards. It looks like Jacob's got the Lorraine Ultimate in the deck. Maybe siding it out here. Be a very fun card to see play. Always love to see the new Ultimates in play. They're such cool cards. I just wish a lot of them were playable. Six cards sided out for Jacob. I think we had 2 cards on Casting Turtle's side. shuffling some decks, cutting. I hope everybody's having a great day. Still a little early for the SEA stream to come back on, so I hope everybody's tuning into this one. Is he gonna shuffle one more time? No, he's not. And he's not gonna cut it. So here we go, starting into game 2 in our second round of the regional. Starting off with the same 2 spirits we saw on game 1. Fortuitous Spirit for Rye, and the regular Spirit of Wind for Lorraine. Looks like Jacob is seeing some cards he would like to play off the bat. Looks like Rye's seeing some pretty good cards too. Angel Asen is very, very funny play. Gets a lot of damage off the bat. Rye can't really play much. Going to level 1, banishing an arcane spell, very much helping his level 3 game plan. Is he going to beseech the winds here? He is. So now he's going to beseech the winds. Probably going to level 2. Definitely going to level 2, paying 2. I wonder if that's going to be enough to stop Jacob from piling on as much damage as he does. Looks like he's got a 3 visits in hand, so he can probably keep recovering enough to not die as quickly as he did last time. Fairy Whispers banished to go to level 1, Lorraine. And if Jacob can build up his board yet again, he's going to be in a good spot. Jacob not drawing a dungeon guide, but doesn't really matter at this point, considering he can just keep filtering his deck and drawing cards. Angel Asen play yet again. Just piling on that damage. Got quite the ally board out already. And he's just not losing cards because every card he's playing is just keeping him influence neutral. Rye brings out a Tome of Sorcery, banishing a 3 visits. And he's going to be able to play that 3 visits from banishment, which is a very, very nice thing. He drew a dungeon guide, so he's going to be able to dungeon guide this turn, get up to 3, and actually get himself online here. That's 4 arcane in banishment. Don't know if one of them is arcane elemental, but it looks like all of them are spells, so he might actually be level 7 here. Here's Lost Providence. Just going to keep drawing more cards. And he's gonna keep getting books out. Banish a card from memory. An Unbroken Mustang. Doesn't really need that right now. Dungeon Guide doing a little bit of damage there. He's got 3 enlightenment counters on him, so I wonder if he's thinking about drawing a card here. He's not. Here comes Lorraine level 2. Jacob gonna get that +2 attack buff. Probably gonna kill the Dungeon Guide to draw a card off of it. Jacob's just got a huge board right now. Huge board, decent amount of influence. He's gonna keep piling the damage on. Rye's in a tough spot unless he can draw cards to keep himself safe here. Jacob goes for a dungeon guide, getting him up to level 3. Wonder if he has the ghosts in hand. doesn't have the ghost in hand, nor is he able to bring a sword in from banishment. He's going to activate Lost Providence. Lets him get just that extra little bit of influence. Because he went down pretty hard going to 3 here. I don't know why he went to 3 so quickly. Wasn't really much reason for it. Maybe he knows what he's doing. Didn't have a sword in banishment for it. Maybe he's just keeping himself high on health just to prepare himself for anything that Rai can play. Rai's setting up his deck to see if he can get anything that helps him here. Terrafring will stop Jacob's continued onslaught of allies. Here we have a careful study, the namesake of the channel, being played. Gives him a ton of enlightenment counters. Then he uses the tome to banish the 1 card memory he put down, which is coincidentally an arcane card that he can play from banishment to do damage. And here we go. Here we get a careful study for free, giving him 5 more enlightenment counters. He has so many enlightenment counters here. He can just keep drawing cards. And that he will do. He's got 3 cards right now. Continues to draw cards with enlightenment counters. Just trying to find something he can do here. Now he's really thinking on what he's going to do. He's popping more enlightenment counters to draw more cards. Still has 3 on, so he can pop those 3 to draw yet another card if he wants to. Really thinking on what to do here. Jacob's just got so much pressure on board, so he's really gotta consider what he wants to do here. He's gonna pop those other 3 enlightenment counters to draw a card. Did he find what he wanted to see? I think he found an arcane elemental, which might be exactly what he wanted to see. There it is. Arcane elemental hits the field. Let's see if Jacob has anything to stop the amount of damage that's going to be coming in. Here comes 7. He's going to play Ayla. And he's just going to cast the free ability to suppress the arcane elemental, stopping the damage from coming in. But here we get an Enchaining Gale. Still gets suppressed though. So now Rai's game plan is a little halted here, considering the arcane elemental is stuck in banishment from the suppression. Now it goes over to Jacob, banishing 2 swords for that Clarent. Really going to help when the spell damage comes in. Terrafring gets popped, so Jacob has to pay another 2 for every attack he declares. It's going to be a little rough for him, but Jacob's got a lot of influence that he can deal with that. I think he just drew a ghost as well, so he can just keep drawing cards off the ghosts to keep paying for his attacks. Looks like Rai doesn't have much that they can do against the continued onslaught. And it looks like Jacob's just going to pass the turn. No attacks under Terrafring. Probably just going to keep himself hands up if Rye decides to do anything. Rye's really built up now, so he can start doing a lot of damage to Jacob. You can really see Casting Turtle thinking about what he's going to play. Here comes Thurible. Nothing to banish from the graveyards, but he's gonna banish another card that just does damage. He can play at fast speed. Pop Thurible, giving him another card. Nothing to banish from graveyard. Both players really need to think of what they want to do right now. Here we've got an Arcane Sight, giving him a Lightning counter, giving him +1 level, drawing a card. Just very good value for a card, especially when it's the first card played. Rise level 2 effect, giving him a Lightning counter for every mage action that is played on each turn, or for first mage action played on each turn. And that just gives him the ability to just draw more cards, give himself the out, maybe, if something happens. Here comes a Erratic Bolt. Deals level damage. At this point, he's got some levels to him. This is going to do a lot if Jacob doesn't have anything to stop it. Playing a Fairy Whispers to maybe find what he needs to find. But I don't think he did. He pops all of Clarent, taking 6 less. Rye banishes 2 cards and draws 2 more for that banishment on Erratic Bolt. Here we are on Arcane Blast for free. Such a high level now that he can just free cast Arcane Blast. Thankfully, Jacob had that Clarent to stop anything on this turn. He's taking a lot of damage, but not as much as he would be. And here we see the Ayla again to suppress the Arcane Elemental. Jacob saved that Ayla just to stop that attack. Now Rise is kind of stuck with only 3 cards in hand. We'll see what Jacob does. Jacob's got a lot on board. Draws another card. Arcane Elemental back in. Oh, and Rye plays a Resolute Stand for free. Stops pretty much all the damage on board that Jacob has. Most of his allies only do 3. Resolute Stand will stop everything. Unless Jacob has anything that'll do any more than 3, he's really in a pickle here. Because the next turn that Rye gets is going to be big. Rye doesn't draw from the Resolute Stand. Only has 4 influence. That's not many cards for a big turn here. We have a 3 visits. Giving him yet another Enlightenment counter and filtering out his deck. Then he can pop those Enlightenment counters to draw what he puts on top. Giving him a little extra control of his deck. Pop Storm. Tyrants. Gets a power overwhelming. Alright, is really thinking here. He really needs to play this in the right order, or else Jacob can clap back pretty hard. Power overwhelming. Coming in. He removes 3 enlightenment counters, doing 3 to Jacob. Rye's really thinking on this one, whether he wants to play it or not. We get an Advent of the Stormcaller. It's just gonna negate that. Suppress the Arcane Elemental again. Stop it from doing anything this entire game. That Ayla really comes into use when it comes to stopping anything big attacking. Brings out the Sword of Seeking. Now Jacob's got a lot of damage on board, and even draws a Ghost, continuing what he wants to do. Ravaging Tempest will send everything he has on the board to the graveyard, or to banishment. He'll draw cards off of it. Well, that stops his entire board from swinging at him. That'll help stifle a lot of damage here. Jacob's got a lot of cards in hand. He's going to play the Ghost to continue to draw cards. Sending back Sword of Seeking. Doing 3 more damage. Just continuing to put on the damage. Doesn't look like he has much in hand to continue to hit him, though. And he doesn't have any Crux in graveyard for his Crux site there. He's kind of stuck. Only cards that interact in his hand. He sees a Spirit Blade Ascension in hand, or on the top 3 of his deck. But he doesn't really have a card that'll help him draw it. And next turn is going to be really lethal for Jacob here, considering he doesn't have what he had before. Good thing is, it looks like he has 2 Veiling Breezes in hand, so he can stop a lot of the damage by playing a double Veiling Breeze. Even just 1 Veiling Breeze is probably enough to stifle anything going on. He plays an Angel, draws into memory, probably draws that Spirit Blade Ascension so that he can play it for next turn, get that Prismatic Edge out, and start banishing cards from Rye's memory and doing damage. Ooh, and now he suppresses his Drawn Blade and Ghosts, which at his end step will just draw him even more cards. Drawing so many cards. His influence is probably even bigger than his deck right now.
Okay.
Ooh, and now we've got the Tabula of Salvage. He's gonna pop it to send some cards back, right? Yeah, he's gonna send his Careful Studies, his Arcane Sight, even his Arcane Blast back. He's just gonna put him on the bottom of his deck. I wonder if he plans to draw them. He's gonna pay 1 to do 2 damage and then banish that one and put another stabilizing petulance, I think it is, into his banishment. Just so that he can play it at fast speed and do 2 more damage. Now, Jacob still has those Veiling Breezes in hand, which will stop a lot of the damage that's coming in. Casting Turtle really thinking here. Here we see another Power Overwhelming. Taking 2 enlightenment counters off, doing another 2. When we see another new arcane card coming out, and that gets negated. Jacob's really in command here. He just plays the Ayla, gets more allies out so he can keep piling on the damage. He's got a crazy amount of cards and can continue to play cards. Spirit Blade Ascension, sending back Sword of Seeking, bringing out Prismatic. And in response, it's gonna play the Crux Sight to bring back Ascension and draw a card. And now he's gonna banish a card from his opponent's memory and deal 3 damage somewhere, probably into his face. Banishes Beseech the Winds, not too great to be banished. Banishing the other one with the other Ascension. And then he's just gonna Crux Sight again, grab the Ascension, and then play it again, dealing lethal and finishing the game out. Win Lorraine is always a fun one to see because you can keep bouncing your Pendragons, you can keep bouncing your swords, keep drawing cards. Spirit Blade Ascension just rips your opponent's memory down to nothing and just really helps you stop your opponent in their tracks because then they just don't have cards to continue. Now, we will be going into a lunch break now that'll take about 15 minutes. So sit tight, and the next round should be up soon.
Hardcore.
All right, everybody. We are back from lunch break. Here we're going to have Leo Blade versus Steve-O. Main deck Corbin versus main deck Steve. It's all casted by main deck Bray Dan. Everybody's rolling off right now. Everybody's all filled up from the lunch. I hope everybody had a nice little break there. And it looks like both players are starting with some sort of water spirit. So we're just going to have a water mirror here. Fortuitous water versus regular spirit of water. I'm pretty sure Steve is on water gin and Corbin is on water fractals. So this is going to be a fun draw pass kind of game. Steve looking like he might like his hand. Sending 4 to the bottom, it looks like. Maybe only 3. Oh, all 4. It's a lot of Exia he's sending back to the bottom. Probably hoping he doesn't get another bricked hand. There's so many times where he's gotten bricked hands, and he's probably hoping he doesn't. Corbin playing as many fractals as he can first turn because Steve doesn't have a first turn. Steve's only going to be drawing 1 card, and Corbin just sort of gets to be set up here. Steve draws a card and just passes. Corbin continuing that fractal game plan, just drawing cards, getting fractals in play. Very, very methodical gameplay here. He's got a Zhong Jiao in hand, so he's got that pot of greed. He can draw that 2 cards. And he's going to play another fractal. Who would have guessed it? Pass it over to Steve. Steve is just going to go through leveling his Jin. Now, Steve is probably hoping to get up before Corbin's able to play any sort of burst here. Banishes regenerate off of level up. Doesn't hurt him much since Fractals isn't really going to hurt him any off the beginning anyway. And he just draw passes. Exhilarating gameplay we have here. Corbin brings out a Scepter. Pays the 3 to pop it, draws a card in memory. Just drawing those cards just so that he can have more and more. Trying to draw as many fractals as he can. Plays Zhong Jiao. Gonna draw those 2 cards unless Steve has something to say about it. He draws those 2 cards. He gets yet another fractal. Gets a refracting missile too. That'll help him. That'll help him later on when he's able to get his fractals out and just blast Steve. Gets 2 more fractals out this turn. Decides not to hit Steve with Zhong Jiao. Steve's got 3 Fracturizes in hand. It's not really going to help him much against fractals, considering it gives him another fractal. Steve's just going to regenerate, draw a card in memory, cycle itself. Going to use those cards in memory to level up to 2. Continuing to level up and get up there. Needs that immortality against fractals, or else he's just not going to have a good time. He's just going to draw. He doesn't look like he has the dungeon guide, so he's just going to sit there at level 2 for now. And Corbin's gonna wake up all of his fractals. Got 5 of them on field now. That's like a total of 12 damage. Not enough to kill him at this point. Gets Tango out, draws more cards. Steve is still looking to be in a good position, even though Corbin has a lot of fractals out, because Corbin still hasn't drawn a burst from what I can see. I think Corbin just passed there. Steve playing. Probably thinking of playing that Fracturize there. Or maybe even no, he's thinking of playing the Regenerate. Gonna draw a card in memory, have 3 in memory so that he can level up faster. Things are looking really good for Steve right now. He looks like he's going to be able to get up to 3 pretty quickly. Whether he's going to be able to stabilize, though, is the question. Steve goes to 3, banishing all 3 cards in his memory. get a hemorrhaging Renin in there.
Where'd you go?
And most of his hand's Exia now, so he's all set up to be playing those advanced element cards. But he's just gonna play cautious and just pass here. I don't think there's anything he can really do to play anything at this point. Considering he's still pretty low in damage, Corbin hasn't done much to influence anything that Steve is doing. Corbin draws another Zhang Jiao. Probably gonna play it and draw 2 more cards, which he will. Just gonna keep going up in influence, not gonna stop. He drew another fractal, so he's just gonna play another fractal then, maybe? Yep. Gets even more fractals out on board, has 6 fractals. 6 fractals and a ton of cards in hand. Here comes Steve, playing something end phase. Probably just to give himself a little bit of float in graveyard. Draws a card into memory, gets a breastplate. Ends up banishing Fracturize. Banished all 3 Fracturizes. They really don't help in this matchup right now. Now the question is whether Corbin has the Fracturize for the breastplate too. Steve's gonna get out Lost Providence. Try and build up that influence. Back from when he was just a spirit. There's not much he can really do right now. He's kind of just setting up to keep drawing cards so that he can actually do something. Now he's got an Angel in hand, so he's probably going to imbue that. Imbue that, get another card in memory. Just keep trying to find an answer. Now is Corbin going to do something to stop this? He's got a rejection in there. So he could just opt to draw 2 off of that for no reason. Yep, and there it is. Is Steve going to let him draw 2? He isn't going to let him draw 2. So now Steve's down a card. Corbin's down a card. But Corbin's just got an insane influence right now and has so many fractals on board that he can just keep playing cards. Here comes Quicksilver Grail. Putting a card under it. It looks like Enfeebling Orb's going under it. Probably going for the more aggressive play there. Corbin draws yet another fractal. Swings Zhang Jiao. Does a little more damage. Now that Steve's level 3, he likes that damage. Corbin plays another fractal. Rests it to glimpse the 2. Doesn't look like he's seeing anything crazy right now. He still doesn't have a Burst Asunder. Puts both to the bottom. That really tells you how much he likes them. Steve's got 3 cards in hand, so he might go backup charger here. That's what he'll do. Gonna pop Lost Prob before he does that, though. See what he draws. Pops the backup charger. Continues to grow in influence and stabilize. Question now is whether he's able to get enough to sort of help himself here. Now he's drawing about 3 cards per turn. That was 4 cards this turn. He's drawing a lot of cards. Corbin's thinking of whether he's going to do something about this. It looks like he's thinking about negating it. I don't think he likes the idea of Steve having cards to play. And he's going to imbue a Cerulean Decree. Make Steve pay the 2. Steve's really got to think about this now, whether he wants to pay the 2 or not. Because if he pays the 2, he's not going to be able to do much else this turn. He'll be down to 4 cards, and then he'll be able to play maybe one thing off that banishment. But he pays for the 2. Corbin draws into memory. And then it just gets Glimmering Refusal anyway. Steve's just in a really rough spot right now, just getting negated by Corbin at every step he thinks of. Now Corbin looks like he's gonna Refracting Missile right here. Get 8 damage on him from that Refracting Missile. That's a lot of damage. I don't think that's enough, though, to do it at his end step. But it's enough to at least push him a little further there. Corbin's going to go up to level 1, getting out Dao-Chan, giving him some counters, and unlocking that ability to play things on his opponent's turn, just from his memory. Draws a Fractal of Insight. Gonna play it. Probably gonna rest it just to filter out the top of his deck a little bit. Sees a rejection. Still puts it to the bottom. Probably only looking for this burst right now. But he might be killing him at fast speed with the Shimmering Refractions and the Refracting Missile, since those do a lot of damage, and he's got the influence for it and can negate almost anything Steve plays. Steve goes for a Rictus Tiding, probably looking for more that he can play. And he gets the 8. He puts both into memory. What a gamble from Steve. Brings out Chalice of Blood. Hoping to draw more cards from it. Steve's got a lot of cards in hand now. That Rictus really paid off. He's got an Engulf now, too, so he can sort of negate a lot of what Corbin's doing. And here comes a Regal. He's gonna see what Corbin's got. Corbin's probably thinking about negating this here, because that's really deadly if Steve takes anything that can kill him. Gonna imbue a Cerulean Decree, making him pay an extra 2 for it. Steve's gonna pay the 2. But Corbin's still got that refusal in his hand. Whether he wants to play it or not is the question. Does he want Steve to rip the cards out from his hand? He's going to pop Grail, revealing Enfeebling Orb, making Steve put 2 cards down. Still got 4 in hand, so he can still pay for a Cerulean. And Corbin's just going to refusal it. Stop Steve from doing anything. Now, Steve still does have the Engulf. Thinking real hard about this refusal here. If he does anything, he's just going to forfeit his turn to stopping Corbin. Corbin's not doing much. I think Corbin even has... He's got 17 damage currently, which would push him... That would push him to the threshold. So if Steve doesn't interact with this, He might be dead. He's really thinking on whether he wants this Regal to be negated, which he does. Still got that engulf in hand, so if Corbin tries to kill him this turn, he can at least stop that. But I think the rest of his turn is pretty much stopped here. Not much he can really do. Corbin's going to tap Dao-Chan. Play the refractions from memory. Going to be coming in at Steve for 8. That's going to take him to 27, which really isn't enough, but he's able to pop Chalice of Blood after that. He is going to pay the 3 to engulf it. He's just going to negate it. And Corbin's fine with that. Steve now is hands down. Can't really interact with anything that Corbin's doing. Gonna bring out Crystalline Mirror. Gonna pop that Chalice of Blood, most likely. Just so that Steve can't draw those 2 cards. Gonna play another Fractal. Gonna glimpse off of the mirror. He liked what he saw because he kept it on top. Nope, he's gonna put it to the bottom. Doesn't like what he saw. He's gonna glimpse off of the Fractal of Insight, sees 2 fractals, puts them to the bottom. He doesn't need any more of those. He's got so many on field right now. Gonna play another Fractal of Rain. Gonna glimpse 1 for playing a Fractal. He's gonna pop the mirror on the Chalice of Blood, stopping Steve from drawing cards off of him doing damage to him. Gonna swing 1 with Zhang Jiao, putting up to that 20 after popping that Chalice of Blood. And Corbin's in a very commanding position right now. He's got everything ready for Steve to do anything. Steve might be ready to actually do the damage. He burned all of Corbin's negates. Corbin doesn't really have much right now other than some cleanses. I think he's got a Cerulean and a rejection, but that's about it. Looks like Corbin is passing his turn. Steve's got his entire influence in his memory. Corbin's got 10 fractals on board. Burst is going to be 22. Not that he's going to play it, but that would be an insane number to see. Here comes Shuang Ji. Drawing him even more cards. Let's see if Steve draws the answer from these 3 cards he's going to get. He's got 2 Regals now. He can at least play that Regal. Corbin's not got negates anymore. Steve is trying to find that opening, but he can't quite find it. Probably going to play the Regal. Try and see what Corbin has. Yep. Drops the Regal. Corbin's stuck. Thinking about whether he wants this Regal to happen. He kind of has to let it happen because he doesn't have negates anymore. Steve just burned all of them. Most he's got is rejection and cerulean decree, and they don't do much. So he lets Steve see what he's got. Ten fractals out on board. Steve's not going to take anything. Not going to let him draw anything from that. He's just going to enrage and probably start racking up those damage points here. Corbin tries to ask him, well, if you're going to do that, I'm going to draw 2. He lets him draw 2. Corbin draws into the refusal. He's going to play it now. Steve needs to pay 10 just to let this enrage go through. I don't think he has that much in hand. No, he's only got 5. Corbin counting up his fractals. Steve just kind of has to let it get negated. Unless he wants to engulf here. Nope, he just lets it get negated. He's thinking of whether he wants to swing Shuang Ji, which he does. Jin Math will make it, think, come in for 8 at this point in time. It's a little more than a third of Corbin's health. Oh, only 6. It's for every 5 damage counters, not every 4. Enrage is every 4. Steve is going to Exia Sight. Drawing him more cards, maybe drawing... Oh, no, that's a Men Flesh, not an Exia Sight. He's going to heal 8 damage and hope Corbin can't do anything. Now, he's got the Engulf in hand, so he can at least play that if Corbin tries to do anything. Corbin doesn't have many cards up right now. But he is still going to Refracting Missile. Coming in for a total of 11 at Steve. Steve's going to take the 11. Corbin's bringing Scepter out, drawing more cards, hopefully drawing into some more kill spells. He got a Shimmering. And he drew a Burst. I don't think he's going to play it at this point because Steve's already got a lot of damage on him, and he doesn't want to put any more damage counters on Steve because Jin will just get infinitely better. Does another 1 to him. It's going to Fracturize probably the Shuang Ji. Stops him from just doing that damage for free. Steve have any response to it? I think he's got an Engulf in hand. Is he just going to let this Fracturize go through? If he does, he just loses out on that free damage. He's thinking right now. Steve is really thinking about whether he wants this Shuang Ji to be fracturized. Considering it scales for every 5 damage counters, it's going to be swinging in for 7 next turn. The question is it fast enough to to kill Corbin here. Oh, they're fracturizing the breastplate. Now Steve's not going to draw any extra cards per turn. Bauble of Abundance coming in. Going to let both players draw a card if he decides to pop it. He's going to Freezing Hail. Probably targeting Corbin. Probably targeting Dao-Chan, honestly. Yep. Doesn't look like Steve has many cards to continue ramping up, though. Oh, there's another Enrage from Steve. Will Corbin have a response to it this time? I don't think he has any rejections. Or any refusals. Corbin might be completely out of negates here. I think Steve has realized that because now he's just playing some things, doing what he can, swinging in for a whole lot of damage here. And Corbin's going to Cerulean Decree. Probably reducing his attack by 3. Is that enough to keep him alive, though? So see, Steve's swinging for a couple less now. And here comes a cleanse, healing Corbin down even more. And yet another cleanse. And that's going to get engulfed. And then Corbin's just going to die from the amount of damage that Jin's coming in for with the Enrage and Shuang-Ji. Just enough. Game 1 goes to Steve. There we see some classic water versus water gameplay. And it's always very slow. Just draw a pass almost. And Corbin had so many fractals on board, but it really didn't matter because Jin just has that immortality from stopping him from dying. And he just couldn't get to that threshold at the end phase because Steve was holding up all his defenses. Corbin just burned all of his negates for good reason. But at that point, he just could not stop Steve's onslaught. And now they're sideboarding. Hopefully we see some more from Fractals. Seems like we're seeing a lot of Water Jin coming out. Water Jin is a very interesting deck that kind of says, I can mill you out, or I can damage you. And if you do any damage to me, I'm just hitting you right back. And that's kind of interesting in the way that it plays. Between Regal and Dredging that just mills your opponent out, and then just all the damage that comes from just Jin alone, it's an insane amount of survivability mixed with kill power. Steve and Corbin, both men deck players playing against each other. Very funny to see. We always see a lot of friendly matchups here at the Banish Zone since there's so many people from this area that just know each other. Players are still sideboarding, probably thinking of what they're going to do. Steve is in a very good position if he can just level up and stop Corbin from killing him before he gets to 3. That immortality on his main phase is very valuable against Fractals. Steve's playing with a lot of advanced element cards in his deck. and not playing with angelic channeling, which is an interesting choice, seeing as he can brick pretty easily, even though fortuitous can pretty much filter out what he wants to see and what he doesn't want to see. He still has that huge chance of bricking, with almost half his deck being Exia cards. And Corbin just needs to see a bunch of fractals and just needs to get up there before Steve's able to get up 3. So now we're gonna get into game 2, and Corbin's just already got his spirit out. Steve's brings out fortuitous again. Corbin's probably just gonna play a lot of fractals and pass at this point. Just start off with that easy fractals game plan and just continue with it. Steve glimpses 7, draws them all to his memory. Doesn't look like Corbin's got a lot of 2-cost fractals in hand right now. Looks like he's got a fractal of insight, which he can play. But probably wants to play the refreshment first, just to get his fractal count up. There's that fractal of insight. Gonna leave both cards on top. And he's just gonna play that refreshment. Probably gonna put 2 to bottom and draw those 2 that he saw. One of those cards he saw was Zhang Jiao, which he's not gonna be able to play next turn, but he's soon gonna be able to play it considering he almost has enough fractals to play it. Brings out a water bubble just to draw more cards on his turn. Needs to see more fractals so that he can start playing that Zhang Jiao, getting value out of it. It doesn't look like he saw a 3rd fractal. So he's just stuck with 2 fractals right now. I think he's got 2 rejections in hand, which will help him draw into those fractals, but they're no use in his hand. Steve banishes the dungeon guide from memory to level up. Doesn't look like he has another dungeon guide, so he's going to be searching for another dungeon guide to get up to level 3 fast. Corbin brings out a backup charger, drawing more cards. Probably hoping to find any more fractals. And he's going to fractalize his power cell, give himself more fractals. Generate his own fractals. And he drew a Frostborn Paladin. So he's going to be able to draw a card off of that Fracturize. Steve's probably going to play a Regenerate here, just to cycle a card. Ooh. He's paying 4. Interesting. So Corbin's going to have a response to this. He's going to say, hey, let me draw 2. Is Steve going to let him draw 2? Is the question. Steve's really thinking about it. Steve probably doesn't want to let him draw 2, considering Corbin doesn't see much fractals. And he's just going to let it get negated. He's going to go up to level 2. Still needs to find that dungeon guide.
My God.
Passes with 6 in hand, does not find that dungeon guide from a single card he drew. He's probably going to play a regenerate to use that to level up, drawing a card in memory and giving him 3 in memory to level up. Oh, he's going to play Rictus. And he's going to not get the 8 on Rictus. He's only going to draw 1 into memory. Setting himself up for that level up. Corbin's still sitting on a really low count of fractals. He's not really able to do much with this many fractals on board. Gets Crystalline Mirror out. That'll probably help him glimpse into more fractals. He's gonna finally be able to play that Zhang Jiao and draw 2 off of it. Draws a Frostborn and a Cerulean. Doesn't have the float to actually profit off of that Frostborn. But he's gonna play a Fractal of Intrusion and play a Refracting Missile in response to the on-enter. That's gonna rip a card from Steve's memory. And then he's not going to be able to level up to 3. And Corbin's going to have yet another turn to just beat more damage into him. Steve's influence is also very low right now, so going to level 3 probably wouldn't help too much. He's going to try and draw into that dungeon guide, though, with a backup charger. Don't think he drew into it. But he's able to get the spear out. Maybe start doing some damage. Corbin is pretty much just stopping him from going to level 3 and getting that immortality, which is just giving him a couple extra turns to just build up and continue the onslaught. In Corbin's recollection, while he's all hands down, Steve needs to play something to get himself to level up. But he's not. He's gonna keep his cards up. Corbin's just dealing a lot of damage here. Plays another Zhang Jiao. Draws 2, gets another Fractal, and even a Song of Frost, which will help him if Steve ever gets to level 3. Steve is looking to be in a bad position right now. He just can't get things rolling. Can't find his dungeon guides. Corbin can't find his fractals, but that doesn't matter. He's able to keep them down as much as possible with just all the intrusion and the gates. Steve is going to just play a regenerate, hoping he can draw that card in memory and then level up off of the 3 in memory. Corbin's probably going to respond, stopping him from getting those cards in memory. Playing a rejection. Can I draw 2, Steve? He's able to. doesn't really draw anything to negate it. So Steve can get that third card in memory to then level up to Jin. Corbin's on a timer now. There goes Steve to level 3, getting that immortality finally.
Not with football. Just calls and wrestling. Use this.
His influence is very low though, so he's got to build that back up. Activates Lost Providence. Corbin's in a rough spot now. He just couldn't draw enough fractals to keep the pressure going. And Steve plays a Regal, asking if he can look at Corbin's cards. And Corbin's just going to negate it, stopping him in his tracks. Water versus water, everybody. Corbin's going to bring out Enfeebling Orb. Probably going to stop him from doing anything next turn. Corbin's going to cleanse just to put floating in graveyard. Not going to heal off of it. Probably going to get another Frostborn out on board just to stop any incoming damage from Jin. He's got a decent amount of fractals now, but I don't think that's going to help him now that you just can't kill him unless it's on his end phase or he's just not healing. I think he's just holding him at 19 so that Steve can't bring out Chalice of Blood and pop it. He's got a Fractal of Rain out. Shows Steve the Frostborn. Plays a John Yu. Wondering what he's naming. If anything, it's probably Enrage. Steve's in a really rough spot right now. He named an Annihilation. Okay. Now Steve's just gonna draw more cards. Hope he draws into his answer. Corbin's got that John Yu naming Annihilation, though, so Steve is in a very rough spot. There's his dungeon guide, finally. Little too late. Now Steve's got 6 cards in hand, which isn't many to deal with at this point. I'm sure he was hoping for a little more than what he got. Both players just continuing to play with their hands, having a lot of fun just shuffling their hands. Both players really deep in thought. This water versus water matchup is no joke. Steve plays a card. Is Corbin going to negate it? Don't think he really wants to at this point. He's going to pop Enfeebling Orb, and then he's probably going to Cerulean Decree here and negate it and draw in a memory. Pretty much stopping Steve in his tracks. Nothing Steve could do there. And now it's Corbin's turn. Got 6 fractals on board. Can't really do much though because Steve is just immortal. He can't be killed unless it's his end phase. Corbin still has that mirror out, but Steve can get that Chalice of Blood out and really profit from it right now. He's got 22 damage on him. And at that point, that's going to bring him up to almost 9 cards next turn. Whether Corbin's going to be able to stop any of what Steve plays next turn is really the question here. He's pretty much going to be just draw passing at this point. Bringing out Quicksilver Grail. Didn't really see what card he put under it. But he's still drawing fractals. Glimpsing, seeing what card's there. He didn't like it, so he put it at the bottom. Steve got both of his arms on the table in a real power position right now. He knows Corbin can't really do much. Corbin sees a refusal. Plays a Frostborn, doesn't even go for the... Oh, he has the floating in graveyard, so he's going to draw a card off of it. Ooh, he picked up Fracturize from that. He's probably going to Fracturize the Breastplate, stop him from having that extra 7 health. Corbin's going to Fracturize that right now while Steve has nothing in hand. Stop it from even being of any use next turn. I'm just going to play a Frostborn to draw the refusal. Going to put out a blocker and draw the refusal. Doesn't have 2 cards in hand, though, to help pay for it. But he might have Scepter of Fascination under there so that he can pop it and then draw a card off of it, giving him enough to pay for that refusal. Steve brings out Chalice of Blood. He's going to pop it to draw those 2 cards. And now Steve has a lot of cards in hand and can actually do things. Banishes Menflesh and Gulf. Another one of them. Insane. Steve is in a very powerful position right now, but doesn't really have any cards in hand he can use to capitalize on it. Counting how many cards Corbin has in his deck, wondering if he can mill him out. Probably not at this point. But he is going to play the Dredging. Mill him a whole 15 cards from his deck. It's probably a big chunk. And it looks like it milled a lot of key cards. Got 2 bursts out of that. Corbin's going to hope he can see another burst. I mean, at this point, it's not going to help because Steve just has so much damage on him. Steve's going to Mend Flesh, dropping him down back to 20, back to 18, back to 20. Corbin can't really do anything at the end phase here. Doesn't have enough cards in hand to kill Steve. So Steve is still in a really safe place right now. Corbin banishes the Fracture Eyes, probably to go to level 1. Yep, brings out Dao-Chan. Which gives him the ability to play cards from his memory on his opponent's turn now. And Steve's just going to bring out a couple more cards. Gets 2 engulfs out of that. That would be insane value if he had the cards to pay for it. Corbin's going to have a free turn here, but Steve has 3 engulfs in that banishment there. And Corbin's just going to swing everything into him. Gonna play a Fractal Ring, get more Fractals out there. And I think he's just gonna pass there. Yep, just play Fractal Pass. Steve brings out Bubble of Abundance. Gonna draw both him and Corbin a card. Corbin's gonna pop Mirror, making Steve pop that Bubble of Abundance. I think Corbin has 2 refusals now, so he can stop a lot of what Steve is gonna be putting out. I think Steve is casting a Men Flesh here. Trying to heal off that damage, get below that 28 threshold. Corbin's just going to try and negate it. Steve, really think if it's okay here. And I think Steve has to be fine with it. Because he's just going to be able to deal even more damage. Or is he going to annul spell here? Make Corbin pay another 3 for it. Or he's just going to engulf it. Just negate the negate. Steve can't really let this go through. He needs to heal that 8. He is going to play the engulf from banishment to try and stop that. Now, if he heals 8, he's going to go back to 26, which is right below the threshold. If he plays any more cards, he's going to take 2 more damage, getting him back to that 28. Doesn't look like he has any more Men Fleshes. Corbin's going to Cerulean Decree the engulf. Steve has to pay another 2 if he wants to play it. And now the players are stacking the stack as it should be. Cerulean Decree on top, engulf after, Glimmering Refusal third, and Men Flesh is what started it all. If Steve plays anything from his banishment, he takes that extra 2 damage, and it'll just kill him at the end of his end phase. Stevie lets go. Both of them get negated. He kind of has to at this point. Whatever Steve's plan is, it's going to get negated even more by Corbin. Corbin paying the 2 for another refusal. And I think Steve concedes there. Corbin had the two Shimmerings in memory that he could have played. And Corbin had the Safeguard Amulet under Grail. Now we're going to go into game 3. Steve winning game 1, Corbin winning game 2. It's crazy to see Fractals versus. They're not going to try to get game 3. They're just going to tie here. So it's a very interesting matchup to see, considering both players can just negate anything any other player is going to do. So it's a very slow matchup, and you really need to decide when you're actually going to push for that win. But here we see both players just couldn't take that extra game, and now they're just going to tie. So that is the end of round 3. See you at round 4. All right, everybody, welcome to round 4 of the Banish Zone Regional. I'm your host, Main Deck Braid Dan. And here we are. We've got JC versus, you see here, Shack of Doom. Got Main Deck JC on the left here, Shack of Doom on the right. Looks like JC is going to play his usual Wind Allies. Never fails. Been playing it for the longest time. And we've got Fire Spirit and a Looking Glass on the other side. It's looking like maybe Fire Crux or Fire Diana. It's looking a little like Fire Diana. So we might be seeing a little bit of that. JC plays an ally, passes turn, draws more cards off of Grand Crusader's Ring. All he really needs right now is more cards. And he's just going to keep playing 2/3s with any sort of ability on them. JC's just playing his tried and true Wind Allies. He got a brisk Wind Trotter in hand. Probably thinking of playing that, given his 2/3 a buff, making it a 3/4. Swapping out dice for a buff counter there, an official buff counter. If you've noticed, we have actual counters this time. And JC's just gonna swing in with both. Let's see what we actually have here from a Fire player. Or is JC gonna play an Ace and bring back the Wind Trotter? That's gonna set up a big wall to stop any damage from the Fire player here. And he's just gonna pass turn, leave that wall up, intercept if he needs to. Now it is looking like Fire Diana here. I think I see an 8. Yep. Going distant, drawing a card. So he's going to be distant for the Aether Wing turn. Probably going to go to level 1, grab that Aether Wing. It's going to have to swing into the Aeson though. That Aeson is blocking a lot of damage here. Oh, he's just going to Deus on the end of his turn. Level up to 1. Get there before he materializes. Probably materialize something that draws him a card. Banishing a fast speed fire card. Bringing in Diana 1. Bringing in the Aether Wing. That's gonna deal more damage if he has three Aether charges in there. He's gonna be gunning for him. Ace and Protector is in the way though. Gonna stop him from doing any damage to to JC here. Although Shack is threatening a lot of damage here. Brings out Smoke Bombs. Probably gonna give stealth that Ace and he's gonna draw a card off too. Cycling exactly what he wants to see. Playing a fast speed fire card here. Playing pretty much everything on his opponent's end phase and on his recollection phase. Just really setting up for this turn. Just so that he can pick all his cards up and just go swinging. I don't know if JC is ready. He's only got 2 cards in hand. Unless one of them is Availing Breeze, I think he's going to be taking a lot of damage here. Here he's banishing 2 Aetherwing cards, I think, from top 6 cards of his deck. Banishes a Lava Bolt, I believe. Pops Smoke Bombs on the Ace to give it stealth so that he can just go into champion there. He's got a lot that he's doing on his recollection phase here. There's a Charge the Soul, pinging him for 1, putting it into the Aetherwing. He's only got 5 cards in hand, but he could probably load 2 more Aether Charges into that Aetherwing. Brings out Furnace Lava Bolt. Does 3. Does he have enough to kill JC here? Did JC overextend with the Aces? Banishes 2 fire. Loads yet another Aetherwing. JC's already at 6 damage out of his 15. Looks like swinging a total of, I think, 7 or 8 damage here. 8 damage. Just enough to not kill him. Now JC's all set up and ready. JC's got a board out. Brings out Lorraine. Goes up another 5 health there, putting him out of that danger. Banishes an Innervate. Brings out a Sword of Seeking. He's going to filter his deck with some Fairy Whispers, probably trying to find something to stop this damage from coming in. It looks like he's going to end up taking a Windmill Engineer. Probably just wants to keep cycling what's in his hand. JC is just piling on that damage. Diana doesn't really have anything to protect itself. So he can just keep bashing his face in. I wonder if Windtrotter would just help put that damage in to finish the game off here. But he's going to imbue a Windmill. Draw a card into memory. And I think he had another Ace in hand, so he might bounce that Windmill back. Or he might just play it safe and pass. I think he's just going to leave 5 cards in hand and just pass here, doing a little extra damage with the Sword of Seeking. Oh no, he's going to put that second Ace in out. Gives him a really big board presence if he does. Don't think there'd be a way that Diana can really get past 2 Aces. If he somehow finds a way to get past them, though, he's going to be doing a lot of damage. JC is only down to 6 health at this point. Shack in with the flash grenade, gonna draw a card off of it. That'll help stifle some damage that's coming in from JC. Give him an extra turn or two. Already back up to 6 cards in hand. He's got Cheshire in, but he doesn't have any distortion weapons to really support that. JC's got 3 3/4s on board, 2 of them intercepting. Can't really do any damage to Lorraine right now. Shaq is in a very precarious situation. Nothing to really get rid of those Asins. But I think we are going to see that Cheshire being played. Either that or the Diana that he had in hand. He's really thinking on whether he wants to play that Cheshire, but he just passes turn, doesn't put any cards down. Probably saving up to make himself distant for that flash grenade, just to stop all damage from this turn. JC brings out Clarent. That'll help against the damage that he could take from any spell effect. Like I said, JC's got a really commanding board right now. We got 3 3/4s out. It's a total of 9 damage, and Diana can't really take that right now. If he doesn't have a way to get himself distant here, that flash grenade isn't gonna matter much. JC probably playing that Windtrotter, giving his Asin another buff. Or giving what already has a buff, perhaps? Yep. He's gonna give that yet another buff. Make it a 4/5. Everything on JC's board is huge and ready to block. But Diana's gonna make himself distant and prevent some damage. Probably popping flash grenade next to stop the entire turn damage. JC's now swinging in for 4. Gonna pop them flash grenades. Gonna pretty much stop all the damage from this turn. Now both of the Asins are still up, protecting JC. JC's just got an insane board right now, and just bouncing that Windtrotter back over and over again, giving his allies buff counters, making them bigger and bigger. I don't think Diana can really deal with this. Most he can really do right now is bring out some distortion weapons and swing with Cheshire, but that's still not enough. He's going to bring out a backup charger, probably just looking for more cards, looking to see if he can draw anything to just help him out here. Here we're going to see even more Aether Wings being played and loaded into the or Aether Chargers being loaded into the Aether Wing. Probably looking to, I don't know, maybe swing into one of the Asins. He'd be taking a little bit of damage on the clapback, but otherwise, I think doesn't whiff. And here he goes. Question is, does he have the firepower to continue? Is there a way he can get past those Asins? Don't think I see a way. Unless he can somehow do 4 damage to the board, I don't think he's got it. He's got Asins and he's got Clarent there. You can't even do spell damage to him because Clarent's just gonna He's just going to be able to pop those counters on Clarent and just stop that damage. Diana's in a very, very sticky situation right now. An initial rush was just one damage short of killing JC. He's gonna play the Cheshire. I don't know what Cheshire is gonna do here, but it might help clear what's out there. I'm not entirely sure. Swinging one. Wondering if he's going to take out the Windtrotter. Oh, no, he's just doing 1 to the Asen. And then another 3 to that same Asen. JC probably going to displace that Asen, sending back Windtrotter. Or he might just let it die and just... Oh, he is going to displace it. Or at least retaliate. Nope, just displace. Stop it from being targeted. Or he's going to give it a buff counter. It's probably displacing Windtrotter to give Asen a buff counter. Just so that it lives that extra 1 damage. A little bit of deliberation here, probably of what order these things are all happening in. I would assume JC's doing this all in retaliation step because he's got Asen tapped. Probably means he intends to retaliate with Asen. And he pops a durability on Clarent, stopping the damage on Windtrotter, allowing him to displace the Windtrotter and give a buff to Asen. That Asen is now going to be living with a single health point. And then it's going to move over to JC's turn, and I think he's going to be able to kill him here. Yep, that's the end of game 1. Going to JC. Just a massive board of big allies. That's how JC wins it. He just keeps getting those allies out, plays the game of attrition. If you're not ready for it, you're not going to win it. JC is an amazing player. Diana almost had it with just 1 point off lethal. If only that 1 point was somewhere. Sadly, they just didn't make the rush before JC had a board of 2 Asens sitting out there. And even making those Asens bigger is gonna hurt Diana a ton. That smoke bomb's turn really helped, but it just didn't help because he was 1 off lethal. He was so close to the kill and just did not get it. Now, JC's just playing a normal, his usual wind allies list, and it's always fun to see him go around and play this list, honestly. Every time I see him play it, I have a fun time. And just buffing the Asens, buffing all of his allies with Windtrotters. He's even got Andronikas in there, I see. So he's got the usual Wind Allies package. And Fire Diana is also very fun to see. Just a huge burst of damage from really early. Here we have them sideboarding out. Just Diana really isn't sideboarding anything. JC's got decisions on what he wants to do, what he wants to get out. Now, JC is a monster among men when it comes to playing Wind Allies. Like, he's been playing this deck for quite a while. So he knows it almost inside and out, and he needs to know a lot of his matchups to know how to play it well, too, which he does. Looks like Shaq played it well, too, just barely off lethal. really, really fast kill power from Diana just did not have enough. That single point of lethal just really determined the entire game there. And like I said, once JC had two Asins out just blocking himself, it was almost all said and done at that point. There was nothing Diana could do. Diana couldn't really clear board. And here we go, into game 2. Diana just passing over to JC there. Looks like Shaq's hand is filled with a lot of good cards. Don't see an Ignis this time. But looks like he's got a reposition. Being able to make himself distant might help here. JC is going to play a 3-cost 2/3 maybe. Ooh. He's paying 4 for something. He's got a Dream Fairy in hand. I don't think that's going to help against much except Cheshire. And here comes a Shimmer Cloak out. I love Shimmer Cloak. It's got stealth, and it just protects it from so much. Shimmer Cloaks can get dangerous, too. Just having that stealth and having that 2 health is very dangerous. Here we see Shaq playing that back step, gonna draw a card off of it, make himself distant, setting up for that free Aether Wing at level 1. Really gonna get going here. And gonna go straight to 1. Probably gonna play a lot of his Aether charges in his Recollection here. Bringing out the Tripartite. There's already 1. Gonna look at the top 6. Got a couple cards upside down. Banishes 2. That's pretty good. JC having to read the Fire Aether Wing there. Aether Charge. I keep getting those mixed up. And JC is probably preparing to take a lot of damage here. He doesn't have any defenses up. He's gonna take 3 from that card. JC is gonna be taking a lot of damage here. Here we see another one being played. I think JC is gonna take another 3. That's a lot of damage off of just being level 1. Fire Diana can really ramp up quickly. And if you're not ready for it, it can kill you fast. Yeah. JC's only got 9 health left, and that Aether Wing might actually be enough to do it this time. And here comes another one. Taking 9 damage from it. I think JC's got an answer to it. But I don't think it'll be enough to stop Shaq. Shaq's going to be coming in for a Shaq attack. But he's going to Zephyr that Aether Wing. Sending those Aether charges just in that loaded zone. And now Shaq's entire turn is pretty much done. He doesn't have any more Aether Wing to swing with. He can't really do anything else. He's only got one card in hand. JC completely stopped him with a single Zephyr. Almost everything he did, and it didn't matter. Did a lot of damage. Total of 9, and JC's not seeing any Asins this time, so he can only hope he doesn't see any more Asins. Sort of Seeking coming out from Lorraine level 1. JC's still got that Shimmer Cloak out. He's really going to be playing for the long game here. Shimmer Cloak's going to come in for 2. Just help push that damage on Shaq.
Okay.
And here comes the Asin. And that really helps. JC's going to swing with it. JC's not scared anymore. He's seen the first initial attack. He's got 2 cards in hand, presumably a Veiling Breeze and whatever, and the Shimmer Cloak that he picked up. So he's going to have a Veiling for this turn. Shaq's going to need to get through that entire shield there. Asin is down from attacking, so he doesn't have an Interceptor up. Shaq has taken 8 damage, back down to 11 health. Both players at 11 health. JC's got a lot of defenses right now, just with the Asin and the Veiling. He can stop a lot of damage here. Oh, and we get the Ranger Strides. This might be a big turn here. JC only going to be able to block maybe 5 from that Veiling Breeze. Shaq's hand isn't looking too great for just blitzing JC down. He's going to have to try to keep himself alive, and I don't know how that's going to happen with what looks like no defenses in hand. He's going to reposition, making himself distant, making those Ranger Strides on. Now he's going to have an Aether Charge in there, so we can actually swing for some good damage here. I think it's going to be a total of 7. 7 whole damage. Not going to kill, but it's going to get him pretty close to death. JC, wondering if he wants to play that Veiling Breeze right now. Really counting up the damage. There's a high chance he might just let it go through. I mean, it's not lethal, and it's gonna hurt him big, but if he doesn't play anything, he'll have more cards for the next turn. So that's going to load. He's going to pop Ranger Strides, but I think that's only going to do 7 damage. 5 from Diana and 2 from the Aether Wing and the Aether Charge. So yeah, he's just going to go to 19. He's not going to die from that, and he can just clap back. Brings out the Ornamental Greatsword, gives the +1 to Asin. And now he's just going to go ham. I think he's gonna second win the Asen. Yep. And just make it come in for a whole lot of damage. And just swing again. And all he needs to do is swing for one. There we go. JC gets it. Fire Diana again, just one off lethal. Really just couldn't get it enough. And Lorraine, JC with his usual win allies list, just tried and true. Never ceases to amaze. Just the way JC plays it is also insane. Now, Fire Diana is really fast, and the fact that he was able to protect himself from all that onslaught is insane. And now we're at the end of round 2. See you around end of round 4. See you at round 5. Round 5 of the Banish Zone RDO Regional. I'm main deck Bray Dan, and we've got Jesse on the left and main deck Tomo on the right. We've got Win Crux, which is what Tomo is playing, and Win Tristan, which is what Jesse is playing. This is going to be a fun win versus win matchup. Can't wait to see how quickly or slowly this game goes. Alrighty, they are rolling off. And it looks like they both rolled a 7. Always ties first. And it looks like Jesse is going first. So we've got Wind Spirit versus Wind Spirit. Both of them have special arts for their spirit. Fern's got a Chikorita, and Jesse has a character that I cannot name. Jesse's just going to start it off with a Sadie and pass it there. Just a little bit of setup from the Tristan player. Fern's going to have to do something about it, but can't really since Sadie protects itself by just bouncing itself. And there's a lot of thinking going on with Fern here. Fern is main deck Tomo. Paying 4 for an Asen. Just going to bounce itself back. That's a rough start. Just playing an Asen just to bounce it back, just to have something to play that turn is very rough. He's going to take 2 from the Sadie. And here comes Jesse filtering out his hand with some windmills. Right now, Fern seems to be in a rough spot. Although I did see 2 dungeon guards, so he can get up to 3 really quickly. Gets the Crux game plan online a little faster than normal. Goes to level 1. Thankfully, he had 4 cards down from playing the ace and that just bounced itself. Banishes a Fluffy. He probably could have played that Fluffy instead of the Asen, no? But, hey, I think Fern knows what he's doing. Plays a Fairy Whispers. Just goes to filter his deck. Finds another Dungeon Guide and a Beseech. He's going to get that level 3 game plan on really quickly here. It's going to put the Dungeon Guide, whatever other card was there, to the bottom. Going to take the Beseech off that choice. And he's just going to go to his main phase. Wonder if he's actually going to Beseech here. Or maybe he's going to Dungeon Guide. He's got 1 in hand. He's going to play the Fluffy. Banishing 2 swords. Drawn Blade and Palvor Sword, it looks like. And that's going to let him draw into memory and stay card neutral. Keep card neutral plays going. Kill the Windmill. Jesse doesn't have a Reclaim to bring it back into hand. That doesn't really matter too much since he's still got a Sadie on board. Banish is availing to go to level 1 Tristan. He takes the prep counter. And pre-rec he's going to Fairy Whispers. Maybe find some Scout the Lands. He finds a Skirting Step. And he's just going to Recollect and draw. He's going to pump some damage into Fluffy. Bounce Sadie back, and then player. Does Tomo have any answer to that? No. Then he's going to send another 2 into Fluffy. That'll kill it and give him agility 3 for the end of turn. That is, if Fern didn't reclaim it. Fern just brings that Fluffy back to hand, gets a floating graveyard, and is ready to level up to 2 at this point. Now, Fern's got that Dungeon Guide and the Beseech, so he could really do a lot here. Jesse's still got 2 cards in hand, so Fern can't really kill Sadie much. And I really think Fern's just going to go to 2 here. Yeah. Going to go to 2 using the Reclaim and 1 from memory. Hopefully he doesn't banish anything important. He's got the Beseech and he's got the Dungeon Guide. He's probably hoping for the Beseech to go. Ghosts get banished. That's a rough one. Now he's going to have 1 less ghost to play at level 3. He doesn't have another in hand. Jesse's still only got 2 cards, so Fern can pretty much play this Dungeon Guide without any fear of a stifling trap here. And there's the Dungeon Guide, unless Jesse wants to remove a prep counter, which is exactly what he's going to do. That was a stifling trap. And Fern's just going to Fairy Whisper. Probably looking for a claim here just to stop that stifling trap from hitting Dungeon Guide. Doesn't find it. And now he's got a really hard choice to make because nothing's going to really save him from this position. Thankfully, he's got to Beseech the Winds still in his memory. Gets a breeze. Gonna have to let that Dungeon Guide get its on enter negated. Fern's gonna swing into Sadie. Jesse's gonna pay the 2 to bounce her. And Jesse's just gonna take 1 from the Dungeon Guide this turn. We've got a little bit of a slow game going on just because each player is just trying to stop each other's game plans. Fairy Whispers that only saw 1 wind, the stifling trap. So if Fern wants to play another Dungeon Guide, he's gonna get hurt by it. And I think Jesse's just gonna put the Sadie down again. Yep. And he's probably gonna bounce it back and play it again and just kill that Dungeon Guide. Get the Agility 3 so he can pick 3 cards up. Right now, Jesse's just slowly getting going. Fern's got 7 cards. I wonder if he's going to level up here. It looks like he is. Shuffling his memory. Going to level 3. Sadly, he lost his Pendragon to the Banish last turn. He loses an Aeson. Brings back Drawn Blade. He draws an Ascension, so that'll let him start Ascension looping Jesse here. And now we got an Ayla at fast speed. That might be a crazy thing considering he can just suppress his Drawn Blade and just keep drawing off of it. Fern is now level 3, sitting with an amazing amount of health of 28. And he's swinging, sort of seeking at Jesse, just doing a little bit of chip damage, continuing going. Plays a Ghost of Pendragon. There's a Ghost. He's probably going to send that sort of seeking back to draw 2 cards. There he goes. Doesn't draw anything crazy from it. I think gets a Brisk Windtrotter, which will help put some buff counters on his allies out there. Brisk Windtrotter is a very fun card in the fact that it puts buff counters on just any ally you really want to on the board. Does a little bit of damage with his allies on board. Tries going for the Sadie. Jesse goes to bounce it back. And Fern lets it go through. Can't really do anything about it. And now Fern pretty much has the board. Jesse's only got 2 in hand, so he's almost hands down. And it looks like he's thinking of playing Ascension. And he's gonna play Ascension. He's gonna start looping Jesse here, start ripping his memory out from him. Fern's only got wind down, so the only thing he's gonna be doing is just ripping memory. Now Tristan doesn't want to go down in influence at all. One of her strong suits is staying card neutral and keeping cards in hand to interact. And if she doesn't have those cards, she's not really doing much. And an ASIN gets ripped. Doesn't matter much considering Jesse's been playing with Sadie and just bouncing Sadie all the time. Now, Fern's really thinking. Jesse's gonna go to level 2, draw 2 more cards from level 2's effect since he's got 5 prep counters. Probably hoping to see anything of value. Scout the land. That's surveilling. Gets a prep counter, draws a card. He's got a mastermind scheme and what looks like a shadow strike. I wonder now if he's going to play the Sadie because Fern's got the Ayla out and he can just suppress anything that Jesse attacks. Don't think I saw any dungeon guides in Jesse's hand, so he's kind of stuck at level 2 right here. Oh, we do see a dungeon guide. He did have one in hand. Completely missed it. So he's going to go to level 3. Now, which level 3 is he going to go? He's going to take the top 4 cards of Fern's deck. He's probably hoping to rip a Ghost off, because that would be very nice for him. He gets a Spirit Blade Ascension, which is very funny, and gets an ASIN. Now, he can just play those cards from his banishment and just mentally dominate Fern by playing his own cards against him. Just doing some chip damage here with the Dungeon Guide. And here comes a Mastermind scheme to double his preps, goes from 6 to 12, which is insane. He's already got this many prep counters, and he's going to go to 13 at the end of the turn because of Windwalker boots. That Shadow Strike is going to be coming in for a lot after a little bit. Before his end phase, Fern is going to Flicker Prismatic, probably going to rip another card from Jesse's memory. Now, Jesse's only going to be at 4 influence. Not really what we want to see as a Tristan player, because low influence is not good. So Jesse's got another Mastermind scheme and a Shadow Strike, so he's hoping those don't get banished. And he banishes a Reclaim, picking all 3 cards that were in his memory back up. Now he's got the Incap in hand. At least I think he... Fern's looking pretty low on influence too. But right now, Fern's in a better position since he can afford to stay lower influence. Jesse's kind of in a place that he's going to need to have cards just for that Shadow Strike. Pops Lost Providence so he can have the 3 cards for Thurible. Paying the 3, draws into memory from Thurible. Jesse banishes 3 from his graveyard. Thurible's such a good card. Not that it really matters what Jesse banishes right now, because he doesn't have any float. It's still so good. Now Fern draws another Ghost of Pendragon. It's going to draw even more cards off that Prismatic Edge. Question is whether he wants to put that Prismatic Edge away or just keep it out to keep suppressing it with Ayla. He's gonna swing 3. Just slowly put on that damage on Jesse. Doesn't really have... Doesn't look like he has much in hand to stop a Shadow Strike here. But here comes the Ghost, sending Prismatic Edge back, drawing him 2 more cards. Maybe drawing what he wants to see. And he sees 2 Veiling Breezes off that draw. That's insane. He's going to be able to have so much protection for that Shadow Strike at this point. 2 Veiling Breezes right off that Pendragon draw. Crazy. He's just going to play an Aeson. Probably going to bring back the Ghosts. Oh, he's going to send back Ayla. And he's going to swing the Aeson. Going to do another 3 damage to Jesse. Now, Jesse's in kind of a rough spot. Fern has, right now, 1 in hand, 1 Veiling in hand, but man, he gets another Veiling going, and he'd be able to protect everything that Jesse throws at him. Jesse uses Fern's own Fairy Whispers against him. Pays for backup charger, draws even more cards. Gonna be going back up to 7 influence this turn. Maybe even 8 with Windwalker, and he pops Windwalker to go up even higher in influence. Probably hoping to have the Shadow Strike in cap combo here. Hoping Fern doesn't have anything to respond to it. And here comes Mastermind Scheme. He's gonna double his prep counters to 26. Bring out Shadow's Claw. And he's gonna rip that Shadow Strike. He's going in for that whole 26 here. That's gonna do 31 damage. Does Fern to have anything that can really protect against this? Now he has that Veiling. Even after a Fairy Whispers is gonna be crazy, but if he whiffs this Fairy Whispers, he can't play the Veiling, which he doesn't. Thankfully, he does not whiff that Fairy Whispers, and he can play that Veiling all he wants, which he is going to, and he's going to protect, it looks like, 7 damage here, which is going to be 24 damage, which is still lethal. Looks like Jesse takes it with the Shadow Strike. That's 1 damage over lethal, which is insane. Jesse played that really well. Got his card influence back up after he was way down in cards. Fern had that Veiling Breeze, but it really didn't matter. Jesse had just so many prep counters on that Shadow Strike. It just did so much damage. And, I mean, if Fern kept maybe that other Veiling Breeze in hand, he could have protected even more. But it still might not have helped at that point. And Jesse just coming in with a huge Shadow Strike did a lot of damage to him. So now we got players sideboarding. Fern's taking out the ultimate. I wanted to see Lorraine's ultimate there, but it doesn't look like we're going to see it. But it looks like he's bringing in some spicy cards. Fern knows Tristan very well. He used to play Tristan, so he knows what she can do, and Jesse's just been playing Tristan for forever. Pretty much since she came out, so both players know her very well. But Fern's been playing Crux so far, and he seems to be doing really well with it. Problem is, it's kind of hard to stop a Shadow Strike for 31. It's a crazy amount of damage. I think Jesse is going to the bathroom right now, so we're getting a little bit of a bathroom break. I hope everybody's doing well. Everybody's staying cool on this really hot day. everybody here is already feeling the heat. Hopefully you're tuning into this before SEA, even while SEA is going on. I'm having a lot of fun, this being my first casting experience. I hope you're having a lot of fun and you enjoy everything that is going on. David's putting some fun decks on stream. Just really fun matches today. Haven't really seen much Water Aetherwing though. I think Jesse is back from break. Yep. So he's gonna start sideboarding. And both players really have huge knowledge on everything that Wynn can do. Jesse knew exactly what Fern was going to do with Veiling and just ripped through that Veiling with an immense amount of prep counters on that Shadow Strike. And both players really know Wind. So he knew he was going to get through. He saw the 3 cards in hand, knew Fern couldn't Veiling twice, and just ripped it. Fern might be putting that Lorraine ultimate back in, which looks like he is. He's going to have that ultimate back in, and if we see that, it'd be a fun card to see. Now we're soon going to hop into game 2. Jesse winning the first game with an insane amount of damage on that Shadow Strike. Fern just not being able to shield enough to stop the damage. Already had 5 damage on him. And now Fern's probably hoping he can see a little bit of a faster game plan here. Banishing that Pendragon off early was not good for his longer game plan. And thankfully, Jesse didn't rip anything important from Fern's deck off of the level up, but he didn't really need anything important. That Fairy Whispers kind of filtered him out pretty well. Both players making sure they get a good shuffle. And here we go. I would assume Fern is going first. Being on the play is very helpful in this meta, considering a lot of decks can go really fast. I think Fern's just going to start it off with a fluffy Shopkeep, banishing 2 swords and giving him a card in memory, just going card neutral. Banishes that sword so that he can later bring it back out with Spirit Ruler and just draw a card off of it. Very good value. And he's even got that Reclaim still in hand, so if Jesse tries to mess with that fluffy Shopkeep, he can just bring it right back. Jesse's just gonna play a Windmill. Go card neutral. Didn't see a Reclaim in his hand, so he can't do the same thing Fern can, but he can at least have an ally on board for if he wants to play an Asen. And now Fern, at his end step, is going to reclaim the Fluffy. Jesse doesn't have the cards in hand to end cap right now, and he's got nothing. Fern goes level 1 using the Reclaim. grabbing a Sword of Seeking. Fern's probably going to get rid of that windmill so that he can't ace in it next turn. It looks like I don't see any dungeon guides in Fern's hand, so he might be playing a little slower this time. We see a Rally the Peasants. That's going to let Fern just grab some human allies. And he grabs a Pendragon. And he's probably ready to get up to level 3 at this point. He's got 3 Crux cards in his hand. Not really bricked, though, because he's still got other win cards. And Jesse's going to sacrifice his windmill for a prep counter and to draw a card, and then play a Fairy Whispers after that. He's going to put the Ensnaring Fumes to the bottom. Grab a Surveil. And I think he's going to go to level 1 here. Going to level 1 with a Fairy Whispers. Getting another prep counter, going to 3. He's got a Surveil in hand, so he's going to have a lot of prep counters this game. Fern's kind of got to ramp it up just a little bit, and I don't see any dungeon guides on his side of the field. I think I see a single dungeon guide in Jesse's hand right now. Fern's got a Fairy Whispers, looking at the top 3, seeing if he can find it. Reveals an Ayla, so he can start suppressing things once he hits 3. He's gonna go to 2. Hopefully not banishing anything important here. Okay. So he banishes 2 cards that just filter him out cards. And hopefully he can top deck Dungeon Guide. And he top decks the Dungeon Guide. He's going to be able to go to level 3 just because of that top deck. Insanely lucky. Jesse does not have the Stifling Trap, so Fern is just going to be able to go to level 3. Probably even play a Ghost here and just continue to ramp up. Jesse's in a precarious spot right now, seeing as he's still level 1, and yeah, he's got 3 prep counters on him, but might not help. Fern brings out the Drawn Blade, gets an Ascension. Fern is rolling here. Doing little Dungeon Guide plinks. Hitting with Sword of Seeking, just going, and he's got 2 Ascensions in hand. Fern is ready for that level 3. Drawing 2 cards off that Sword of Seeking. And now Jesse doesn't have anything in memory, so Fern can't even play Ascension to rip from memory. And here comes a Surveil. Fern can't really do much about that. Just gives him a prep counter. Gets him to the point where he can level up to 2. Get the draw 2. Has 4 prep counters. And he's got the Dungeon Guide, so... And here comes Fern. He's probably going to play the Ascension to rip a card from memory so that Jesse can't pay the 2 to level up. Yeah, he's going to rip from memory so that Jesse can't pay the 2. Because it banishes from memory, it doesn't discard. So that Reclaim having float doesn't matter. Although Jesse had another Surveil paying the 2. So he can still pay the 2 to level up. And he's got that Dungeon Guide, so he's probably going to go to 3 this turn. Losing 2 Veilings, it's not all that great. Probably hoping he can find another Veiling. But here he's going to go to level 3. Maybe going to pick the Tristan that rips 4 cards at the top of the deck. But he's also got a Shatter Strike in there. Yeah, he's gonna go the Tristan that rips the top 4 cards of Fern's deck. Let's see what he gets. An Ascension, a Cry for Help, and a Lizard Bowman, and an Ace and Protector. So he pulled a 3-4 and a 4-3 off of that. The Bowman he can play regardless of element. So that's going to be a crazy play to see. Very funny. That Fire Ally is not going to help Fern one bit. Jesse's going to bring out another Dungeon Guide, banishing 2, going to the other level 3, drawing 2 cards off that, and getting a prep counter, getting some shadows out there. But right now, Jesse doesn't have much up for protection other than the allies. And it's looking like his influence is down pretty low, too. I wonder if Fern's going to be able to do anything here. He's just going to do a little bit of chip damage with the Shadows and Shadow's Claw. Puts him up to 7. Fern's probably going to draw a lot of cards here. Bringing out the Sword of Seeking, probably just to have a card to bounce back for Pendragon here, since he's still got one of those in memory. And he's just going to pre-rec Fairy Whispers, draw it off the top, and play it. He's got to Cry for Help, so he can stop that Shadow Strike if he ever needs to. He puts the Cry for Help under the Ayla so that Jesse doesn't know he has that. And he's just going to draw it for turn. Now he has his protection against Shadow Strike. If Jesse doesn't draw an incap, he's not going to be able to get that through. Now Jesse's just going to take 1. Fern's going to swing 3 at one of the Dungeon Guides, clearing it off, stopping just a little bit more of that chip damage. Fern's probably going to play that other Pendragon and then clear that other Dungeon Guide just to stop just a little more of that chip damage. He doesn't want to be taking a lot of damage here. There it is. And now Fern is in a very commanding position where he can just kind of sit there and sort of protect himself. Plays an Ayla, so he'll be able to flicker anything of his choice at this point. And he's going to use the free ability to flicker Prismatic and bring it back, revealing both players' memories. Fern's got only Wind in there. Jesse has Norm. So Fern's going to rip a card from Jesse's memory. Also going to draw a card off of a water card in his memory. Jesse's going to bring out Windwalker Boots. Probably just going to go for that prep generation here. Still low on preps with only 6 at level 3. Probably hoping for a Mastermind scheme here to double that. He just swings in with Shadow's Claw. Fern's probably just going to pay 3 and suppress the Shadow's Claw. Yep. Send that out so that he doesn't do any damage. His Shadows can't swing at him. Jesse's doing no damage this turn, and he's rested. So Windwalker doesn't even give him any preps. And now Fern is just able to control the board really well at this point. Brings out a Clarent. Very, very foily Clarent. And now, Clarent doesn't really help against Tristan. It's probably a nice free sword to get out just so that he can have it out there for if he wants to Ascension. He's even got a Crux Sight that he can use to bring an Ascension back and keep ripping Jesse's memory there. And Fern's gonna flicker one of the Shadows, just banishing it completely. And he's gonna flicker the other Shadow, getting rid of both of them this turn. Ayla's ability being used 4 whole times. Just going to pump the damage into him now that he has no defenses up. Swing even more damage. Going to a total of 18. Fern has 3 cards in hand, Cruxite being one of them. I think he's good to just sit there, maybe do a little more damage, and sit back. Watch what Jesse does. Jesse brings out a backup charger. Draws more off that backup charger. Will Fern flicker the blade now that he's got cards in memory? No, he won't. He'll let him go. Jesse now has 6 cards in hand, 6 total influence. Building that influence back up. Gonna turbocharge. Keep building that influence up. Going to 7. And he's still got that alizarin longbowman in there that he can just blade because he feels like it. And I think Fern's gonna flicker the blade again. Just rip some more cards from Jesse's memory. And Fern's probably gonna even draw more cards. That Prismatic Edge Ayla combo is really paying off here. Just ripping Jesse's memory to shreds. He gets the Windwalker boots. And now Fern is sitting in a good position. Jesse with only 4 cards in hand can't really respond to much. Fern just continuing to swing in. Jesse plays Innervate. Probably going to give himself stealth here. Now Fern can't really do much. He's got the Sword of Seeking, but that's not enough to do 11 damage. Fern's deck doesn't have much True Sight, so he's just kind of sitting there. But it looks like he's going to play Cruxite and bring back an Ascension. Draw a card off the Cruxite and bring back an Ascension just so that he can keep looping that Prismatic. And he's going to loop it once again. Just get another, draw another card, rip another card from Jesse's memory, and just continue to oppress Jesse's entire influence there. And now he's going to flicker it again. Completely decimating Jesse's influence. And he drew the ultimate. I honestly wonder if we're going to see him play it. It'd be so fun to see him play it here. And he's going to use Ayla's ability to flicker it yet again. Move to his end step. Comes right back. And Jesse's going to lose another card. Fern's going to draw another card. Ayla's ability being used around 6 times this game. Really coming in handy. Jesse's going to try and bring his influence back, but at this point, he's just so low, he can't do the Shadow Strike in-cap combo. Fern is kind of sitting real pretty here. Jesse's really thinking on what he's going to do here. But he's going to just Dungeon Guide to the next level 3, probably draw 2 cards, try and regain some influence here. Try and find what he needs to find so that he can just protect himself for yet another turn. Banishes Fairy Whispers and a Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike not doing much because it's not going to go for lethal at this point. Bringing out more shadows for protection here. And Fern's got the 6 card in hand that he can just suppress both of them. And he can just suppress the Shadow's Claw, stop Tristan from doing anything. Ayla's ability is probably going to be used like 8 or 9 times. Oh no, he's going to suppress 3 things here. Suppressing both Shadows and a Pendragon. And that coming back is going to draw him 2 more cards. Jesse doesn't really have much that he can do here. At this point, Jesse's just playing for time because he's already a game up. And Fern can't get another game on him. Ooh, and now he's going to rip even more from his memory. Draw more cards. I think he's just going to draw more cards here. Banish the 1 from memory. And Fern's just going to draw 2 more cards from the Pendragon. Draws 3 cards off of that flicker. Can even do it. Flicker that Prismatic Prereq again. But he's just going to recollect and we'll see what happens. Is he able to put enough damage to just kill Jesse here? Jesse's taking the 1. Taking the 3 from Pendragon. If Fern just deep dives here, he might actually have it. He's got so many cards in hand that he can just reclaim Pendragon, send Pendragon out. Total of 6 damage there and just draws cards off him too. And it looks like... Is Fern going to use the ult? Is Fern going to kill with the ult? Here we go. And Fern's going to play the ult and kill Jesse here. Fern takes game 2. Lorraine's ult actually got played to be used for the kill. I'm so happy he didn't side it out to actually see it. It's not every day we see a card like that being played. Doing a total of 10 damage. 14 damage. Insane. Probably going to go for game 3 here, or else it'll end up in yet another tie. It's so exciting to see new cards being played, especially ones that are really expensive and just take a long time to be set up. And Fern just being able to control the game that entire time, just flickering Prismatic Edge, ripping Jesse's memory to shreds, not leaving him with any cards in his influence. And Jesse just didn't have anything else to continue drawing cards, just trying to draw his out, couldn't find it, and he just slowly petered out. Just didn't have enough to deal with it. Crazy game. So we are going to see game 3 here. Both players not with much time left. Jesse with first turn Sadie. Tried and true first turn Sadie. I think Fern's gonna copy what he did last time and just bring out a Fluffy here. Banish the 2 swords from his material deck and just draw a card of memory. Go card neutral.
Oh, 22.
Think I see a reclaim in his hand too, so he's got exactly what he had last time. And Jesse brings out Censor, making that reclaim just not matter much. And he's just gonna imbue a windmill, probably gonna take down that Fluffy with windmill and Sadie, even though he won't get that agility from Sadie. And there we go. Fern lets the Fluffy die. Probably just gonna go to level 1 regardless. Get closer and closer to that level 3 game plan of Crux. Yep, he's gonna go straight to Lorraine level 1. Gonna banish the Aeson off of that. Probably not too bad of a banish considering he's not really drawing many allies right now. He's got a dungeon guide and a reclaim, so he can play some really cheeky things. And here we go with another Rally the Peasants. Fern's gonna look for another human ally. He sees a dungeon guide in there. Probably not gonna take it considering he already has one. Oh, he is gonna take it. So we might see a dungeon guide this turn, unless he just wanted to go neutral with that, and that was the only ally he saw. Oh, he's gonna Rally the Peasants again. He's gonna try and find another one. And he finds an Ayla in there. He's probably gonna take it. He takes the Ayla. Very good value whenever you play an Ayla. Just can suppress whatever you want, and Lorraine has so many swords that have any on-enter effect that go insane with Ayla. Jesse goes to level 1. Swinging with Sadie, just doing that chip damage early, just so that he can have a little less of a threshold for that Shadow Strike. And he's just going to bring Sadie back in player. Just swing another 2 and pass turn, keeping 2 in hand so that he can bounce her back. Jesse's playing a really slow and methodical game plan. Fern's playing the same thing. Fern's got 2 dungeon guides here, so if he goes to 2, hopefully he doesn't banish both, because he put both in memory. That would be very disappointing for Fern right now. Banishes a dungeon guide and a cry for help. So he's still got a dungeon guide in there. So he's probably going to play that. I don't think Jesse has enough to stop a dungeon guide. Yep, we're going to see a dungeon guide from Fern going from level 2 to level 3. Probably bringing back that Drawn Blade, drawing a card, and playing Ayla off of the 4 cards he has in hand. Does bring back that Drawn Blade, drawing a card off of it, giving it 4 durability counters. Doesn't draw a Pendragon, but at this point, he might be okay with that, considering he's got Ayla in hand. Pretty much gives him a free card. I think he's going to try and... Nope, he's just going to ping a little bit more damage into Jesse. Not going to try and kill the Sadie because he knows it's just going to be bounced back. Doesn't want Jesse to bounce it back. Jesse brings out Windwalker boots. Plays an Outlook. Gets a prep counter. Gets to see the top card of his deck. Swings into the Dungeon Guide. Probably going to kill it for agility 3. Fern's going to reclaim his Dungeon Guide, stopping Sadie from killing it. Jesse's not going to get that agility 3. He's just going to pass his turn and get the prep counters. Fern's going to bring out Thurible, pop it. Graveyards don't really matter right now. Fern's probably going to put Ayla out. Get her out there. Oh, he's going to rally the peasants. Probably looking for a Ghost of Pendragon here. And I think... see a Ghost of Pendragon, so he's going to take that. Probably going to play it. Send Sword of Seeking back. Draw the 2 cards. Continue to gain influence. Swing with Drawn Blade. Just doing a little bit more chip damage. Getting that Ghost out there. Gonna draw another 2. Has enough cards now to play Ayla. But I think he drew just another Ghost there. He might go for the Ghost and just send back Drawn Blade. Swinging at Sadie, gonna send Sadie back. Get a prep counter. Jesse's gonna level up to 2. I think last time I saw Jesse had a Dungeon Guide in hand, so... Or he's just gonna draw it here. Didn't draw it there. Don't think I see a Dungeon Guide. But he needs to make it to level 3 here, or else he's not going to have the protection to stop Fern. Don't think I saw a Dungeon Guide. So I think he's just going to go for Sadie again. Oh, he's going to do Heavenly Guide. So he didn't even need a Dungeon Guide there. He's just going to level up for free. It's a very insightful side from Jesse having a Heavenly Guide. It's not much you see one of those being played. And Jesse sees a Beseech, meaning he might be able to level up using that. Just drawing more cards. He's got the end cap. He's got a Mastermind Scheme. I think he's going to Mastermind Scheme. Or is he just going to Beseech here? I think he's just going to Beseech here. Nope, he's going to Fluffy Shopkeep. What is he going to banish from Material Deck? Gonna banish Thurible. Doesn't really do much right now because he's got the Censor. And banishes Nullifying Mirror. Kind of makes you question why he sided that in if he's just going to banish it. That might help him at this point. Stop Fern from drawing and banishing from Jesse's memory. And Fern just fast speed plays an Ayla. Suppresses the Pendragon, probably to save it. Or he just wants to draw the 2, which is understandable from a Crux player. Fern doesn't have anything phenomenal in his memory right now, so he could probably afford to get a drawn blade out. And that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna wake up Lorraine first. And then he's gonna get the drawn blade. But he can't use float. He's gotta use one from memory. Censor Restful Peace being out there since turn 2 of the game. And Fern just draws a Pendragon off of rip. Plays a Fairy Whispers, tries to filter out the top of his deck. Gets another Fairy Whispers, probably going to play it. Nope. He's just going to recollect and draw. Fern's going to be swimming in influence this entire game. He's got so many cards, been able to play so many Pendragons. He's got Ayla out. Just can keep suppressing things. Unless Jesse draws a Mastermind Scheme, I don't know how he's going to win this. Here we see another Pendragon coming out, putting back Drawn Blade. Not really drawing him anything important here. Just a windmill and a dungeon guy. Doesn't need that anymore. But he's got another Ghosts of Pendragon. Not really going to do much because he doesn't have any Regalia out on the field, but still a 2-cost 3/4, doing a lot of damage for what it is. Playing a Fairy Whispers to see what's up next in his deck. Hopefully he can see something that gets himself rolling. He sees an Ascension and a Crux site. The Ascension will really help because then he can start ripping Jesse's memory. And he's also got the Ayla. Now Fern's got 6 cards in hand. Can use Ayla's ability twice. And just stop whatever Jesse's going to be able to do. I think Jesse's just going to level up to the other Tristan level 3 here just to draw the 2 cards and hopefully draw into a Mastermind Scheme. Jesse still only needs to do 21 damage to kill Fern here. He draws 2 from the level 3. Think I saw an end cap there, so if he's got the combo, he can really do some. I think I saw, yep, Mastermind Scheme. He doesn't really have the influence to do all 3 this turn, though. Jesse, looking at the cards he stole from Fern, thinking of whether he wants to use them or not, draws a card off of Windwalker Boots. He might have the influence now to do the whole triple combo. Mastermind Scheme, Shadow Strike, End Cap, whatever he can. He's going to double his prep counters. Go to a total of, I think that's 18. He's got a Shadow Strike and an End Cap, so he can do it. Here comes the Shadow's Claw. And he's going to rip the Shadow Strike, prepping it completely with Shadow's Claw. It's going to be doing a total of 23 damage. That's way more than enough than what he needs. I don't think Fern has anything that can stop this. Even if he has a cry for help in hand, Jesse just has the incap. And there we have it. Jesse takes it. Fern didn't have anything to stop another big Shadow Strike. Crazy how both games ended just with a Shadow Strike. Jesse had all 4 in caps, just ready to stop anything Fern wanted to play. Cry for help was not going to help him there. He might have been doing a lot of crime, but it wouldn't have helped. And even when Fern had so many cards, he just couldn't do anything about the oppressive nature of Tristan and Shadow Strike. Just that Shadow Strike in cap combo is insane to have, especially after Mastermind Scheme. Just does so much damage, and you can't really do much to stop it unless you have something to redirect the damage. Anyway, that was round 5. Hope to see you at round 6. welcome back to Banish Zone Regional Round 6. I'm now joined by Main Deck Corbin, also known as Leo Blade.
Hi, everyone. Good to be here. Good to see some interesting gameplay coming through. We're going to have Windcrux versus Fire Suited to Norris.
And that's going to be really interesting to see now because so far we've seen a lot of Windcrux, but we haven't seen any suited yet.
Yeah, and this Tenoris suited specifically is going to be weird into Lorraine because that taunt's going to help give Tenoris more board control. So it's going to be dependent on Lorraine if they're on hurricane sweeps to actually like clear those allies and stave off some of the pressure.
And it's definitely going to help against that level 2 then too, because then they can't just clear board and grab cards unless they have those hurricane sweeps.
Yeah, and we see a 4 parts coming down from Suited, which is one of their best openers, lets them get more value, more allies on the board, and just more early pressure. So, as the win player, what are you looking for in this instance?
At this point, you're probably just looking for dungeon guides, just trying to get up to the point where you can get up to Crux and just gain value from the Crux package.
Yeah, Turbo into Crux is always good. Ace and Protectors is going to be another good one too. Just a 3/4 body that's able to deal with the board.
Yep, and here we see a Rally the Peasants. That seems to be a new addition to the Crux package.
Yeah, these Rally the Peasants are pretty interesting because the Crux players are playing Fire and Water Exalted cards in order to enable imbues, as well as get the additional value off of Prismatic Edge.
Yeah, and it gives them a really good turn 1 play with the Angels, just imbuing with those advanced element humans.
Yeah, it did take a while for the meta to kind of develop in this way, but the Angels have started to see a lot more competitive viability now.
And that's great to see, considering I always love seeing new cards seen in play.
Speaking of new cards, here we go. This is the Proxy Evolve card, Duchess's Thorns. When a suited unit uses their ability, they get +1 for the turn.
And he's going to use that ability.
But on the other side, we have that Calming Breeze, which is a really good answer to that. So that's going to stop instances of 3 damage is going to be nullified for the turn.
And that's going to hit him real hard because right now the most he's doing is 3.
Yeah, so as suited, I think you're just going to take this turn now to start developing board, build up some threats. I saw an Arthur in hand. That's a really good, just a mortal sticky unit.
Yep.
That's going to put on pressure in the following turn.
And that might actually help this turn because if he gives that suited card an extra attack, it might start doing damage because it might be doing 4.
Threshold. We do also see the 3 of Hearts commonly used in level 3 decks as kind of a tempo gain, but here it's just going to do more filtering, notably turns on Verida easier.
And then it gives it that +1. So if he does actually play that Arthur, which he might be thinking about right now, he can get that extra damage.
8 damage.
Yeah, and he's got a red hair in hand too. So he does play that Arthur. Probably not. So he brings the Arthur in, starts swinging, starts doing 4 damage each, which is really
so
big.
Look like the 4 of Hearts is just under that threshold.
Yeah.
With the Duchess's Thorns and the Arthur.
But he still gets 4 damage off that turn and probably makes Arthur immortal at that point.
All right, and we see the Windcrux player going to level 1. Here comes the classic Sword of Seeking. So both of these 3 of Hearts units have used their abilities. So what do we think? Do we think they're going to clear the 3 of Hearts as the biggest threat on the boards if that Arthur is immortal?
I think if anything, he's probably just going to clear that 3 of Hearts just to clear some board pressure because right now, if he leaves that board as is, he's going to be taking a lot of damage next turn, unless he gets an Aeson out there.
Yeah,
but at that point,
I did see that Dungeon Guide would also be pretty nice this turn into like a Dungeon Guide Aeson.
Yep.
Just a really nice board clear. Give you some more life threshold to deal with.
And that'll even let him draw a card off the kill from Lorraine level 2.
Drawing cards is really good.
I've heard it's really good. A lot of people like doing it.
So something else to talk about is the suited player is on Looking Glass. So this is one of our locals. We know a little bit more about what is in his deck list. He is on Cheshire Cat.
He's on Cheshire Cat. Okay.
He's got the 2 in hand. So going into his next turn, we might see that Inert Sword come out.
Yeah, and That's going to be a big cat swinging for 4 at this point with Arthur out.
Fluffy's a really good play here.
Fluffy is very good.
We're gonna get some swords advantage for level 3.
And it's going to stop a whole lot of damage there. 3 is nothing to laugh at.
Yeah, and we see a Drawn Blade get banished and Prismatic Edge. I'm going to assume we're Spirit Ruler, so we'll get when we hit that level 3, we'll get to bring a sword back, being the Drawn Blade, and get to draw more cards.
Yep. Going just a little more neutral on level 3 is always nice.
But we do see the pass here, just leaving the Fluffy up as an interceptor. Just gonna try to take as little damage as possible.
And here we see Tony coming out, just going to have that taunt and protect his board. That Arthur is going to be protected by taunt. That's going to be a huge threat now.
Yeah,
Especially because he's got a red hair in hand. He's going to be doing a lot of damage this turn.
and that board is just gonna get bigger.
Yep. Unless Win Crux player has anything they can do right now, they might be screwed.
But we should see some sort of Calming Breeze, some sort of Alien Breeze. I'm assuming they're going to be on some sort of protection to kind of like mitigate the turn more. I feel like this is more of an uphill battle for suited.
Yeah, yeah. And who knows, we might even see some ensnaring fumes come in here. That would be very fun.
fun. I think
Just
the
send all the
side
cards
is it
back.
just lets Suited replay all
Yeah.
their cards.
But at least then it saves you for like a turn or two,
It does.
putting just all allies that were there back in with me.
And we also don't see the Looking Glass on the Lorraine player side, so they're not going to have that free return off of Pendragon, opting more for the Lost Providence,
Yep.
presumably for more value when they hit that level 3 turn.
Here comes Arthur swinging in, and then one of the allies coming in, swing into Fluffy Shopkeep to kill it.
Yeah, have
Get
them
rid of
commit-
that
commit a
wall.
little bit more damage than what they probably wanted to.
Yeah. We'll probably see the red hair being played soon.
Turn. It's always scary when aggro players do their meta.
And he can pretty much do this without any threat, considering he's got Tony out.
Oh, all right. That is 6 of hearts, I believe. Paying 5 plus kindling 1 in order to bring her out. I believe she's a 4/3 body.
And that's really big. That's coming in for 5, which is really big right now. He's still on level 1, still only got that 20 health.
Yeah, and especially that Tony's gonna be taunting this turn too. So,
Yep. So he can't even get rid of it
yeah.
unless he has that hurricane sweep, which we might actually see here.
Level 2, acknowledging the 1 enter trigger.
We don't really see if there's any hurricane sweep in his hand, but if he actually has it,
Yeah, looking for any sort of sweep or dungeon guide. He's not throwing down that dungeon guide immediately, so
yeah.
that might not be a good sign for our Win Crux player.
Either that or he's really thinking if he wants to dungeon guide or hurricane sweep. He's got the guide in hands.
Okay, yep, there it is.
He's got a Ghost of Pendragon too.
Ghost and Ascension. This could
This-
be a possibly lethal turn from the ring.
Really could be. So he goes with the dungeon guide. Gonna draw a card off of John Blade coming back then too. Not too bad. Asen's a little bit of a deal, but at this point he doesn't really have many allies out. And if he has any allies out, they're gonna be cleared pretty quickly by the suited game.
All right, looks like he's trying to bring the Prismatic Edge out, but unfortunately, Spirit Ruler can only grab 1 cost and lower, so we do see that Drawn Blade drawing another card.
And that would be absolutely insane if Spirit ruled. That would be crazy. And here we do see Ascension sending back Drawn Blade, bringing out Prismatic.
Let's see if he has any other colors down in the memory.
He's only got green, and Jack's got red in his memory, so he's going to be doing 3 somewhere. Probably going to be doing 3 of the Arthur, which he is going to be doing.
Yeah, here we go. That's a great way to clear board, getting around the taunt.
Yep. I think he's passing right over to Jack. Or no, he's just banishing cards from memory.
Yeah,
From
turns out
the
ripping.
wings. Really, especially when you get a red hair. Now he's lost that red hair. He's got the unique ally in play, but just didn't have enough to play the red hair.
Yeah, so this is we see Lorraine just start cleaning up. This is where it gets really tough for suited. Yeah. Do you see he
Tony's
is
still
bringing
got
an
taunt.
ally,
Yep.
but Taunt's getting
Still gonna do 3.
We do see another ascension.
Yet another ascension.
And I saw that Crux in hand, so Crux in memory. That's
Yep.
2 more ascension points in the following turn.
And he's got ghosts. Like he's gonna be he's
Yeah,
not gonna be hurt
This
much.
Crux has suited, probably kill off another ally. I would imagine the 6 of hearts is going to be going this time.
Oh yeah. Especially because it's a 4-3. Anything that does that much damage probably needs to go first. Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Swing another 1 into Tony. And those other 2 allies are gonna stay alive.
Thinking about the wind bobble on the suited side, which isn't a bad play considering you just lost 2 cards from the wind crux shenanigans.
Yep, going back up to 6 influence this turn could feel really nice, depending on what he actually draws.
So it's
Really thinking about it.
to find 16 damage from the suited side, which, given what's on board, that might be a little difficult if he's not one heavy slams.
Oh yeah,
Heavy swing?
heavy swing, heavy swing.
I'm good already. Cards.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, heavy swing doing 6 damage could actually push him up there. I mean, he's already got what 4 on board. He's got no, not 4, 5 on board. Does another 6. That's 11. Still probably wouldn't be enough, but is enough to put a lot of pressure on. And he's still got that 20 health from just being Guardian alone.
Having additional health. And only 4 damage taken. So Lorraine's gonna have to also find another like big push on their turn.
Yep.
We know there's the Pendragon and a Lorraine swing, so that's another 6. So finding another 10 damage from the Lorraine side might be a little bit challenging as well. But Ghost
Yep.
being able to dig deeper in that deck.
Yep, and Ghost just being a 3/4 for 2 is always really good.
So Dutch is able to copy abilities from action cards in the graveyard, other suited action cards. So I believe there is
There's not really any suited action cards in Graveyard right now.
there's not right now, but
He
I
could be
believe
get
there's
Oh.
one that
Impact Hammer.
oh
He might actually be going in heavy this turn. Oh, do we see a Searing Rebuke there? That wouldn't do anything.
that's the straight flare. That is the
Straight
suited
flare.
action
Okay,
card.
there it is.
Oh, and here we have a room. Hitting for it's the 11. Is 11 anything? I thought it had to be 10.
I think it has to be 10.
Yeah, so 1 enter, if the reserve costs sum to a specific number, you get an effect, which hers is doing damage. And damage in this aggro deck is good.
And swings that Impact Hammer, taking 3 on swing.
And there's that straight flare.
There's that straight
doing
flare.
Damage based off the number of different suited reserve costs.
And he's got 3 out there at this point.
And then he's able to use the Duchess's Thorns, use 6 of Hearts ability, and copy that straight flare from the graveyard.
Oh my god.
So there we go. That new Proxia card actually doing some really insane work in this matchup.
It sure did. And just seeing that pop off is amazing. Jack gets game 1 there. Just thinking Crux has it all. Really didn't have much to stop anything happening there.
That was a really good comeback from the fire suited player.
Oh yeah.
Played a comeback after losing 2 cards.
Exactly. And he lost 2 cards and 2 allies in the same turn and still came back from it.
Yeah, a hefty 16 damage turn from fire suited.
Massive, especially that late.
All right, so sideboard taps. What do we think we're going to see coming from the sideboard for these players?
So from when we might see something that will at least clear allies or stop them from being on the board as long as they are. From suited, we might see a little bit of protection, or maybe even a little more gas, just to go a little faster. Might see
Yeah, fire suited is really one of those all-in decks. I
Yeah.
don't even know how much protection they ought to run.
Probably not much. Considering
Oh,
if
we
you
saw
got it, you
Mortal
got it.
Ambitions going.
okay, okay.
That's
It's a
that
really
lets
good
the
card.
entire-
Uh-huh.
If Lorraine decides to bring in those teams, or does find some,
If they do Hurricane Sweep during that level 2 turn, they could be taking a lot of damage back and just dying from it.
not sure what we see going in on the Windcrux player. I would imagine they have some more veilings or calmings. On the side.
Something like that, just to stave off a little bit more of just what Suited is doing, how much damage it's putting on.
Windcrux is kind of at an interesting spot though, where they kind of want to hit 3 and then start pushing damage. Like they don't want to stay low and like protect the damage. They want
Exactly.
to turbo up and have more value plays and get their engine online.
Yeah, because if they don't have that engine online, they're just sitting and continuing to brick their hands with more and more Crux and advanced element cards, and
Yeah, and
they
continue
don't
to
want that.
go down in cards as they react to these aggro decks.
Yeah, especially if some of these aggro decks bring out Censor.
Sensor is a really good option into when going for value.
Yeah. Wind starting off with a Windmill, Reclaim, Imbue, Wind.
Yep, and putting that reclaim down in memory, that's probably a good sign that there's another reclaim in hand. Or maybe an advanced element in hand.
Or there could be.
Now on the fire suited side,
We get a Arthur start. Oh no.
Alright, going for a more safe play. Just starting to push damage. And that is 4 of spades, which will allow fire suited to draw to memory. So just
just pay that 3, draw to memory, get that +1 for the next turn. Maybe even play the Arthur. Give him, what is that? 4 damage at that point?
5 damage. If the Arthur is not immortal. If
5 damage,
Arthur
yeah.
comes in,
Yeah. Which is going to be a lot of damage.
then
We get
see
another
2
windmill.
Rally the peasants. So at any point, he could start digging for dungeon guides or pendragons or
Oh,
Alas.
yeah.
There's a lot of really good wind. Actually, if any human, any good human.
It's any human. That's why they have the water and fire humans in there now that are exalted.
Oh, and here we go. Classic windmill Asen.
Just bouncing that windmill back. Oh,
Ooh.
smoke out just stops that windmill from living.
That is the suited card, the straight flare.
Oh, that's straight flare. Okay. Okay.
So killing the windmill, getting the Asen off the field, making it bounce itself. And as we saw last game, it's now setting up for a Duchess at a later turn.
And now he's hands down. The suited player can pretty much just go hog wild on his turn.
Yeah, this is a very scary spot to be in for Windcrux.
Especially still only at level 1. If he plays that, if he gets that Arthur out, there's not much that can be done at this point. And here comes Tony.
So if he's going to Tony at this point, I think it's safe to assume that he's not going to make that Arthur immortal. I think he's going to start.
I think he's just going to keep going. Just go balls to the wall at this point.
Oh, we do also have a 4 of hearts. 4 of hearts gets another, gets the board a little bit wider. I think he's debating between the 2. And I believe that's a Duchess in hand as well.
Yep, he's got
a lot of
good cards. Yep. He can just pile on a lot of damage right now. Seeing as he's got that straight flare in graveyard too. Like we saw last game, this deck can kill really fast, even out of nowhere.
Another kind of more reserved play. That's the 3 of spades. That's the one that gives life to something.
Yep.
So just a little bit more protection, especially with that taunt as well. So I don't think there's going to be an ally dying this turn.
And here comes,
and we saw the Ascension just rip everything away.
Yep. But here comes Claren out. Maybe Meishu here doesn't have enough to get him up to Crux at this point. I don't know if I.
Less with the straight player.
Yep. I don't know if I see a dungeon guide in his hand right now, which might be the reason why he's staying so low.
And one of the things I did see was benediction. So that is one of those other quote, value lines that Windcrux is able to take to level 3 when they don't see the dungeon guide. Because
Yep.
It's a 2 cost that falls into memory.
Yep. So it just gives you the 3 into memory and pretty much pays for itself at that point.
And notably in this matchup, it heals.
Yep. And that's very helpful against aggro because the more damage aggro has to do, the worse off they are.
Windcrux still thinking through more on their turn.
Probably going to play that ace in again, sending
Yep.
back that windmill.
That,
And that
might have
one's
been the
good.
setup with the Clarent, using the Clarent to protect the windmill from any more damaging spells. So now we have that ace in on board. Not swinging. So
Probably
just
just keeping it up for defense. Yep. Ace-in is a very good wall to have up at any time.
Unfortunately, though, a lot of aggro decks run smoke bombs.
Yeah. Yeah. We saw that. I think it was game 2. No, game 3, where it was JC versus, I think it was a Fire Diana. And that deck had smoke bombs JC's Ace-in, and just got through 14 damage. Almost got him with that play. 1 damage off.
Crazy. That might be what we're trying to figure out here. Is
Yeah.
it lethal? I think I just want to pull out the wind bobble. So we might be trying to do something with more influence.
Mhm. I mean, if he plays an Arthur right here, right now he's got 4 damage on board, plays the Arthur, gets another 4 going to 8 damage on board, taking him up to 14 at that point.
So this is also kind of a weird position if he goes for the Arthur, because he wants to play the Arthur and push damage, but he's going to have to play that Arthur Immortal because otherwise it won't be
Yep.
rested. And he'll have to, if he plays it unimmortal, he'll have to swing into the Ace-in and risk losing that Arthur.
Yep.
All right, so we just see the wind bobble, just draw more cards.
And I think he used the ability of the 1 suited ally that just lets him draw a card into memory. A little bit of token shuffling there. I don't know if our head judge Ian expected a suited player to be coming on stream.
Need more of those ability use counters.
Yep. And now he's got 8 cards in hand, so he's got quite the hand for what's going to happen here.
A lot of options. And that is
I think so. That's just going to put more suited out there,
Here we
pretty
go.
much make that free. And that's going to be a lot of damage on board right now.
We do 1 damage to it? Is that the reserve cost?
I think so.
So 1 damage marked on the Ace-in. I did see him target the Ace-in with the Rouge.
Yep.
So now he's going to swing in.
That Ace-in is going to continue to stay up, retaliate.
He retaliated against the final ally. And
Yep.
he used its own ability to buff its own health.
Yep. Saved itself from that Ace-in retaliation. And now Jack's just going to keep going, keep piling on that damage while he can. And he's going to play another Rouge. Just keep getting that damage on. He's now at 15 out of 20. He really pushing him
Yeah. so
high
he
on that
reached
damage
level
meter.
up. This could be pretty brutal. He put a lot of cards down in memory, so there might be some really good stuff down there. We do know 1 card in hand is the windmill, so I'd
Yep.
imagine the other one would hopefully be a Veiling Breeze.
We can only hope. And maybe he's really hoping for that Hurricane Sweep right now. It looks like a Fairy Whispers and a Crux Sight lost to the Banishment.
Yeah, which those are, at this point, I'd be happy using those.
Yep. Don't see a Hurricane Sweep.
But we do have those Rally the Peasants that we can use to find the dungeon guys.
Yep.
a
Or he's
Beseech.
just going to Beseech.
Okay,
Banish
Beseech
all the
is
rallies
really-
there.
Who needs dungeon guy when you have a Beseech the wins?
Yep. Bring out Drawn Blade. Maybe he'll draw into the Hurricane Sweep. He draws into a Dream Fairy.
That's pretty decent.
That could definitely help clear a couple of allies on the board.
And also, on the downside, does help give fire suited more influence to play with, returning that.
Yep. Yep. So he's gonna clear one of the allies with Lorraine, letting him draw a card off that level 2 effect
Into a crux site.
into a crux site. And now we're gonna get some ascensions, helping him clear the board and also rip more from Jack's memory here.
Yeah, we saw this happen last game, but it did end up in the suited player, but in the suited player's favor. But here, it looks like Windcrux is in a more demanding spot.
It sure does. I don't think I see much that suited can do at this point.
Yeah, especially with Albat Arthur on board, pushing more damage.
Yep.
Oh, and
There goes the Arthur's Banishment. Not that he could really play it that much
Yeah.
right now, because his board's pretty much going to be gone, considering he's got a Crux site in hand. He's probably going to Ascension loop another time.
I would have to imagine so. Yep, here
Yeah.
we go.
Send Ascension back and draw a card. Draws into another Ascension. This is looking really bad for suited right now.
Won't be able to play that one yet, though, just because not enough influence.
Yep.
Hasn't found the water card.
Still ripping Jack down to 3 influence. And probably blowing up yet another ally on the board.
So do you take the one or do you take out the unique ally that possibly enables red hair?
At that point, you just take out the unique. Can't really risk anything at this point.
Fire suited down to 3 influence. It's not a spot I would want to be in.
No. I like having cards in my hand. When I don't have cards in my hand, I am sad.
Wind also notably looking pretty low on influence, but no Pendragons in order to recover.
That's true. As soon as they draw into 1 Pendragon, they're back up.
That's true. They do have that Benediction Angel too. If they
Yep.
manage to survive through this turn. Now we do have 6 of Hearts in hand again, which does have that Kindle ability.
Yep.
We could see it kindled out here, even
There's-
though it has low influence.
Yeah, there's a couple of fire cards in graveyard right now. And Impact Hammer coming in. Just coming in for 3. He just needs to find another 9 damage somewhere. Here we get-
a pass here for us. Or nope, just more token cleanup.
More token cleanup. Still got the dice on the drawn blade though. Here we have the Kindle.
Had to use the straight flare in order to kill.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts, but he's still got a 20 health threshold here. If Lorraine can even get to that point is definitely the question.
It's definitely doable. Might be a little bit of work. Definitely needs to draw cards in order to get there.
Oh, 100%. And I don't see any ghosts here to get him up any higher. He might be thinking about playing. Oh, here's another Ascension.
Yep.
He might be thinking of playing that Dream Fairy then to sort of mitigate
But
anything
the
that
problem
Jack
is
has.
that 23 damage with an Impact Hammer also threatening on board.
Yeah,
Any 2 damage unit from suited will be able to finish off this Lorraine.
and I don't know if Jack has any Blazing Throws in there, but if he draws a Blazing Throw, that's another 4 damage. That's enough to kill.
Depending on how it plays out, though, he won't be able to swing and Blazing Throw because that hammer is left with 1 durability.
That's true. So he just still needs at least 1 ally on board to get him down to lethal. Which the Windcrux player is just going to clear the board entirely this turn.
Oh, fluffy.
And get a Fluffy. He still hasn't activated Lost Providence in his material deck. Probably forgetting every turn. He might actually remember it here. He did.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Turns out Fluffy making you look through your material deck does help you remember.
It does, in fact. That hurts, though. Just think.
Oh, and we see a nullifying mirror on the suited side.
We
He
sure
can
do.
materialize that to actually save his influence, but it's a little bit late.
It's very late right now. We've already seen, what, 4 Ascension? 3 Ascensions? It's very hard to lose 3 cards and just keep the pressure going at that point.
It looks like it's 2-4 of hearts in hand for suited. Which either one of those he won't be able to play them.
Yeah, because they're 3 costs. Thinking of whether he should bring out Safeguard right now. Safeguard or Nullifying, it looks like. Maybe even Thorns.
Halvor is also an option here. You're losing another
Yeah.
card, but you're removing those ascensions from the graveyard that you can't Cruxite back.
Yep. Honestly, right now, he's still at 4 damage, so he's not in too much danger, considering Mishu still only has 5 cards influence. Maybe going up 2 more cards next turn from Lost Providence and drawing for turn. He clears the Fluffy with the Impact Hammer. And I think just passes the turn there.
Not much you can do with only 3 cards in hand.
Yeah. Pops Lost Providence.
We draw an Ayla.
Insane.
Ayla is very good here. Just gonna be able to suppress anything.
And right now,
Norse
suppressing.
Baggage is gonna be like the one you want to suppress.
Yeah.
But now that Nullifying Mirror is out and there's no fire cards in memory for the suited player,
Yep.
Ayla's not gonna be doing that much, so maybe going for the Drawn Blade. Just
Yep.
digging deeper for those Pendragons.
And honestly, at that point, you can just save it for the Power Sword whenever he starts to swing with it.
True.
Saving
let
a
them
bunch
hit
of damage, yeah.
That's also a good point. None of these allies are ever going to be able to touch him as long as he's holding up those 4 cards.
Exactly. We got a nice little storm outside now, too.
Came out of nowhere. It's been very hot.
It's been very hot all day. Here we have the Ayla come out after the Inert Sword is materialized.
Are we just going to see the suppression of the Inert Sword?
That would be just a little disappointing from Jack's side here. And we are going to see the
Yep,
suppression of the sword. Not taking any chances here. Doing it all in prereq.
So we just see another pass from Sudan.
Yep. And now that Ayla is on the field, there goes the champion, just completely off the board.
Ayla just blowing the strong gusts of wind all over.
Yep. Maybe even Ayla started those strong winds outside.
Yeah, but now that we have that board presence with the Ayla and the windmill,
Yep.
it's going to start to close the door.
That storm is going to start rolling. Some Fairy Whispers to get a little bit of insight. There's the Hurricane Sweep. Just a little too late now. Already cleared the board. Nothing else to hit. Shows the Hurricane Sweep.
That's an interesting choice to show that going into game 3.
Yeah. But at this point, Jack probably knows he already has the Hurricane Sweep. He's
yeah.
he's
And
Crux
you also
Lorraine.
see the Bailey as well. So it
Yep.
looks like he's this is not in a very good spot for that with fire suited player.
Not at all. And here we do see the Hurricane Sweep coming in for, if he's using Prismatic, lethal. Or not lethal, no. Just a little closer to lethal. 3 off. And now Suited gets their turn. He's got Crux Lorraine has 3 cards in hand. That's the perfect amount for Ayla. She's not going to be able to be touched.
Notably, he can also use the Ayla to suppress the nullifying mirror and
Yep.
start doing ascension tricks again on his turn.
You sure can. And Enfeebling might actually help here. Just
Oh, and Feebly
Stop a
shutting
little
down that
bit.
Ayla.
although he might just, in response to materialization, throw 3 down to suppress that Inert Sword. Even in response to, I don't know, the popping of Enfeebling, just
Yep, here we go.
pay the 3.
Ooh, or is it going to be that calming breeze?
Ooh. That might help him a little more, because then he's just stopping the damage. What
It's a very tough situation for Windcrops.
at that point, what are they going to do?
What is suited bluffing? Are they going to threaten the board with allies, or are they going to threaten with those kill spells?
At this point, you kind of got to threaten with spells.
Yeah, we do have one more use of that Laren.
We do. And we do see the suppression of the inert sword here. Tony cannot swing. And I don't see any heavy swings in there to do another 6 damage. Although that would be a crazy way to end this game if he drew a heavy swing.
We see a Noir, just a 1/1 stealth unit, probably gonna clear the windmill, but Windcrux is still threatening lethal on the following turn.
Sure is. And it's clearing the windmill. Passing turn. All Windcrux has to do, yeah, all Windcrux has to do is swing, and they've got it. Swinging Ayla, doing the 2, swing the sword. And the suited player is.
Notably, if he had a Trump set, he could redirect it into that Noir.
He sure
And there we
could.
go. He has the Trump set.
He has the Trump set. Okay. That doesn't really matter much because he could just play another Ayla and just swing again.
He could also just alien response and suppress it.
He sure could. I think this game goes to the Windcrux player, and they'll be going to game 3.
Yeah,
Yep, they'll be going to
played
game
from that
3.
Windcrux player. There was a lot of tough decisions
Oh,
in that
yeah.
match.
Definitely played it a lot slower and definitely benefited from that. And we'll see if he draws the Hurricane Sweep whenever the suited player has a big board, because
Yeah.
so far he's been getting really unlucky with that.
But we also didn't see the Mortal Ambition from the suited
We
player.
also didn't see the Mortal Ambition. So it would be really funny to have that be the ending result
Yeah.
of the regional here.
Or maybe they kill each other and we go to game 4.
That would be hilarious. Mortal Ambition is such a crazy card. And I remember the first time I had it played against me in
What
an
were
ascent.
you playing?
I was playing Nico. It was the first AMB ascent. It was Toronto, actually. And it was my first match. And I play into Wind Allies. And I go, okay. I think I swung into their champion with Ravishing, and they ambushed with their entire board. And I was dead at that point. What could I do?
Especially if you're Nico and going for the mill out.
Exactly. You didn't do much damage, and they're just like, okay, my entire board is just going to retaliate against you.
Oh, there we go. There's the Mortal Ambition opening.
There's the Mortal
from
Ambition.
suited.
You might be seeing some crazy
And
plays
Yuki
here.
gets to go first with Arthur in hand.
Ooh.
And there's a weird, a lot in the previous game.
Ooh, but the Wind player has the Hurricane. Wait, is that Hurricane Sweep or is that Stifling Trap? I think that's Stifling Trap. Okay. Close enough.
There's that
Mortal
lot of
Arthur.
damage coming.
Unless he really wants to Stifling Trap this. There's a Ghost. Not really going to help him early on. He's got, what, 4 Crux cards in hand?
Yeah, there's a pretty.
That's a
heavy
lot of
advance coming.
Crux. Oh, and now we're having some power issues. Wondering if the stream cut out.
Like,
We're just gonna keep going. Who cares? Just a little bit of the flicker in the lights. That's crazy that it's gotten that bad. It was a sunny day too when we came in.
All right, and here we see that rally the peasants. Fluffy Shopkeep, notably a human.
We see a ghost too,
Joseph Pendragon, notably
but he
a
puts
human.
that to the bottom.
Lots of some non-human humans in here.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I think we're gonna have to see the Fluffy played here.
Yep. Just to stop a little bit of damage here. Because right now, just threatening that Arthur alone is insane.
Yeah.
He can do a lot with just an Arthur.
We see the Power Sword Banish, which is interesting, instead of the Prismatic Edge.
That's probably the better choice here, just because when is he going to bring out Power Sword? There's not really much that Suited is doing other than having maybe a skill or a spell in the graveyard that he can use with the Suited ability.
And the little instances of Kindle that there's there.
Yep.
Thinking about the wind bubble, just go ahead and draw more cards.
Drawing more cards would really help with that Arthur out on the field. Just playing more allies and getting more damage on would definitely help.
You're the fluffy with the most amount of damage. You gotta get a 3 damage swing in there.
You do. Before Arthur swings. Or else Arthur's just going to swing for 2, and that Fluffy's going to have 1 health, and you're wasting damage at that point.
Now, we see 4 spades. I think there was a 4 of hearts in there as well. So some good suited options. Is that a 2 of hearts as well? Something that could possibly clear. I believe that comes down as a 3-1 might use its ability.
That's a lot of damage. Now, he'd be able to retaliate with the Fluffy and kill it off if he swings at it. But at this point, is it really worth it to trade like that?
Knowing that he has the Verida, it might help him set up for something in a turn or 2. Because Verida wants to banish Suited reserve costs that add up to 10 from the graveyard. It'll have to play herself for free.
That would be a really crazy play to see. We still see the Mortal Ambition in hand, and it can only get better from here with that Mortal Ambition.
We go 4 down, thinking the turn through.
Really doing that card math here, and that's not really a good sign for the Win Crux player. Whenever you see somebody doing math against you, you're usually a little wary.
For one of 2 reasons. It could be like, why might also not be obvious.
Yeah.
And it might be something that he's like just shy of finding damage for. But here we go. It looks like the 4 spades. Going to be able to replace itself.
Just playing an ally backup charger at that point. He takes out the Fluffy. Gonna have to waste a little bit of damage there.
Yeah, that's 5 damage into the Fluffy. That
Yeah.
is wanted to send case.
Yeah. And I think the Win Crux player is gonna be able to clear a lot of allies here, considering Lorraine just is able to do that with that sword being free. All he needs to do is get 2 more damage somewhere, and he's got it with the Stifling Trap.
Yeah, that Fluffy was a really good 2-in-1 play for that player. Being able to mitigate all of that damage and just like take the pressure off this game.
Yep, and if he really wants to, he could just Stifling Trap that Arthur after hitting it for 1. Yeah, and that's what he's going to do. He's just going to take it out. He seems really happy to take that Arthur out there.
Really good use of Stifling Trap as well. We usually see it negating the 1 entry
Yep.
abilities, but just using it as a 2 damage spell is
It's very good still.
especially when it kills an Arthur.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Even better when you sneak out a kill on a Sadie.
Those pesky Sadies always returning themselves to hand.
Oh, yeah. Here we see Thorns coming out. He's probably going to get more suited cards in.
Get the +1 on the 4 spades. You see a 5 of spades in hand as well. Just more big units.
Even more to pump, even more damage on him.
Now we have the 5 of spades. We have the ace of spades. We have a 4 of spades. And he plays them all. Gets hit by that cleave. That Verida is live on the next one.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That is up to 10. There's that 5. Dropping in.
Notably, it's also 10 for Noir.
And there he goes, paying the 3. This is going to be a lot of damage this turn.
Especially with the Duchess Thorns on. That's
Oh my God.
For 7.
Yeah.
Looks like there's some 6-7 action happening.
A little bit of 6-7 action happening. And that's a lot of damage to take at level 1.
That is 10 damage coming in.
10 damage just for 2 allies is insane.
This is the power of Proxia cards. You see the Lorraine hitting level 2. Suited players hands down, so there's not going to be any possibility of a mortal ambition as we
Yep.
wanted.
But the Crux player doesn't even have Hurricane Sweep, so they can't really get a crazy amount of value from that Lorraine.
We
Yes,
see
they get a
them
card. Yep. Doesn't have a card for Pendragon now. Brings out the Dream Fairy, sends the 5 back. And just blinks him for another 1. And now Suited has a lot of cards. Like,
And Crux is looking a little bit right
yeah.
now.
I don't.
We do know they have the Pendragon.
They do have the Pendragon, but they've got so many advanced element cards in their hand right now that if they have any Veiling, it's not going to do much.
Yeah, that's a 14 damage turn we need to find from the suited player if they want to leave.
And if it's something like last game, that's entirely possible. Maybe not with an empty field, but it can happen.
Absolutely. Especially with all those cheap cost units. We haven't
Oh,
seen
yeah.
a lot of like that 2 parts, 2 estates, stuff played.
Yep.
We don't have deck lists, so unfortunately we don't know how many are actually in the list or if they're in there at all.
I have a deck list, but David sent me an entire list of the decks. It's kind of hard to find them. Here we see an Impact Hammer coming in.
Oh, we see the ace of hearts. So possible diamond or possible damage, and he's able to line up the 10 reserve.
And he's got a Nor in there too. Comes the 3 of hearts.
2 down for a 2 of hearts.
He's just throwing out all those hearts at this point.
And there's the ace.
And
now
there's the ace.
See their ability to use for free, getting more
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah, and that Thorns is just going to pump their damage up even more. He's in a really good spot with this amount of suited cards out on the field. Playing 3 allies that turn. Just because of the amount of influence he has.
And like you noted, with that advanced element hand, advanced element heavy hand, and wanting to level up to 3 with that Dream Fairy play, he's not going to be able to Veiling this.
Yeah, so he's just going to be taking a lot of damage.
I think that was a straight flare drawn off the 3 of hearts.
Oh. Gonna swing for another 2. Just off lethal with 2 damage left.
That is a very scary spot.
Very scary. It's gonna have to draw every. He's got the Providence on top now.
It might not matter this time around though.
Probably
Right?
not.
Oh,
There's a Hurricane Sweep. That's big here. Now, if only Jack kept that Mortal Ambition in hand.
So unfortunately, one ally from the field.
Yeah, so it would only reduce the yeah. It would only reduce it by a 2, but it would still be really funny.
And now here's that play that I was mentioning earlier. The Hurricane Sweep is just going to set up that paradigm.
Yep. And here comes Spear Blade Ascension, bringing out Prismatic. I wonder if he's even gonna Hurricane Sweep here.
Oh, we're probably we can't be pre-rec because he drew it off the.
Yeah.
So this is pre-rec.
Still pre-rec. Showing the Wind card. Jack has a Fire card in memory, so he's gonna be doing 3 to something.
It's only 1 fire card down. He rips the Baron.
Yeah. Which he didn't. Very lucky. Starts clearing the board with Ascensions. And here, he can play that Hurricane Sweep just to clear the entire board, which he does. Doing a total of 5 damage to the board.
As well as champion.
4 damage to the board. 5 damage to the board.
Right now, hands down, we have that impact hammer, we have that Merida, that is 6 damage needed to push the Lorraine to 20.
Yeah, now he's got that 6 that he can just do what he needs to do and swing.
Yeah, we see fires.
We're counting it up. He's really counting it up. He's trying to make sure.
Gotta do all the math, gotta find all the lines,
Yep.
gotta make sure you're not missing anything before you go for this.
Got to make sure you're not dreaming. People like wouldn't do anything here.
Still thinking about that materialization. Going for that nullifying here, doesn't want to lose the influence like he did the last 2 games.
Yeah,
He drew a deflecting edge for turns. Making it even
Oh,
more
even
safe.
better. He's got a lot of influence that he doesn't want to lose this time. So it.
Yep, there's the Verida hitting for 4. And then the impact hammer.
And that's game. Going to suited.
Jason.
Wow. Such an explosive deck.
That was a really good showcase of that new Proxium card.
Sure is. And seeing it here is amazing. Just
Yeah.
number one, the amount of damage it can do just with such little influence even.
Absolutely. Especially
And-
with Windcrux on the rise.
Oh yeah.
Windcrux has a lot of events right now.
Oh yeah, Windcrux is. I mean, we saw how many 3 today on stream, even, which is an insane amount to see. It's a really fun deck to play because you're just drawing cards. But seeing an aggro deck like this just take it down.
Yeah. Pushing through all of that wind interaction, all of the influence ripping that Lorraine's able to do.
Oh yeah,
And Clarence. We saw Clarence matter as well.
sure did. And that was the final round of the Banish Zone regionals. I hope you all enjoyed everything. Again, I've been main deck Braden, and this is main deck Corbin.
Glad I got to join you guys for a round.
It was a very fun last round
It was
to
a really
end the
great
thing.
round to watch. Yeah.
But anyway, signing off. Have a good one, everybody.